hereby convene the meeting of the Westborough Select Board. For all those that are able, please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank Westborough TV for live streaming and recording tonight's meeting. And at this point, I'll look for those that are interested to speak at open forum, if there's anyone in the audience. Anyone? Oh, come on up, Deb. I couldn't see it back there.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to come up briefly and remind residents that we have our town election 2 weeks from tonight on Tuesday, March 11th. The polls are open 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's at the Westborough High School in the Fisher Gym. The last day to register to vote for the election is this Friday, February 28th. Residents can come into our office during business hours this week. They can also go online up until 11:59 p.m. on Friday to voteinma.com. Friday's also the last day to register to vote for the town meeting, which is on Saturday, March 22nd. The last day to request vote by mail applications will be Tuesday, March 4th. And absentee ballots in person for those who qualify will be available through noon on Monday, March 10th. And I just wanted to make a note that there is a candidates night coming up on Sunday, March 2nd. It's at the Willows, 6 to 8 p.m. and Westborough TV will be recording it live also. So,
thank you.
Thank you very much, Deb. Appreciate that.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else here for open forum? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 2, the presentation of the non-union compensation study report.
Actually, before you do that, sorry, Mr. Savoy came tonight to speak to you about his article in open forum. So I guess my question for the board is, do you want to hear from him in open forum, or do you want to hear from him at a future board meeting?
Mr. Savoy, do you, so, go ahead.
I'd suggest a future meeting so that we can ask questions.
Yeah, I was just going to say, how much time does he need to make his presentation
in
as
open
well?
forum, he presents, we don't respond.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
If he presents at a future meeting, we can have a discussion.
Right.
Okay.
So I think we are planning to have an upcoming meeting to speak about the budget, so perhaps that would be the best time. That way we'd have more opportunity to engage.
So I'll get in touch with you at a time. Okay.
Because otherwise we can't back and forth.
Right, right. Thank you, Mr. Savoy.
That's it.
Yep,
Thank
so we ready to move on to item 2 then?
Yes. So as the board's aware, at the October town meeting, we had requested funds for a compensation study for our non-union positions. We have about 40 non-union positions. All of the other positions in town are union or they're individually contracted. As you know, every time we renegotiate a contract or negotiate a successor agreement with a union, we go through some level of market analysis. For non-union employees, we have not done this exercise since 2018. In 2018, when we went through this, we did a full class and comp study. For this article, we only asked for a compensation study so we could really look at market data. As we've discussed, it's really difficult right now to attract people into some of these positions, and we're not the only town that's having difficulty with recruitment. And so we wanted to make sure that we're competitive in the market, and the market has really changed for municipal positions. So we contracted with HRS to do the compensation study. So they looked at other communities, and we have Sandy Stepchinsky here to present the findings.
Thank you, Christy.
Thank you, Krista. Yes, just introduce yourself and welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, members of the board. I'm Sandy Stepchinsky. I'm president of Human Resources Services. We provide technical assistance to cities and towns in all areas of HR. Consulting, primarily compensation and classification, is a big part of our work that we do. So I'm happy to help you with this important work. Just wanted to tell you a little bit about our company. We have been doing this work since 1984. 4. So we have quite a bit of experience, and we have worked in almost every city and town in Massachusetts and many throughout New England. And these are just a variety of areas that we provide services, and not only comp and class, but also other HR services as well. So I wanted to just give you a little bit of an executive summary of our study with the non-union. We just studied only the non-union positions. And this was a professionally performed study of the town's pay system using data from comparable surrounding communities. We collected quite a bit of data for the town. And some of these communities are also conducting their own studies as well. Based on this market-driven analysis, we recommend your pay plan be adjusted to be a little bit more competitive for hiring and assisting the town to hire and retain talented employees. As you know, it's becoming more and more difficult to attract good talent to local government. So this methodology includes both an analysis of internal equity and external equity, which is very common for comp and class studies. So the internal equity has to do more with pay equity and comparable work and comparable worth of positions and ranking them together, whereas the external equity is the market. And these pay plans will be helpful to assist you with succession planning and hopefully limiting turnover as well. The implemented recommendations should fall within your budget and allocations, and they're not, sky-high recommendations. So the project overview, the scope, we reviewed the municipal market for salaries and wages, and we also did some limited benefits review as well for approximately 42 positions, and they represented employees in municipal departments throughout Westborough. So we wanted to validate your pay plan, your wages. We did the limited benefits, and we benchmarked to the 75th percentile because you are a competitive community. We also conducted what was called a job analysis by reviewing all your current job descriptions, the organization, discussions with town administration and human resources. And we found that your job descriptions were really good and up to date and FLSA compliant and so forth. So that was good. So we didn't. So that also helped to speed up the process for us. So we didn't have to go through the PAQ process and all of that. And we found that you had a couple of non-union pay plans. We made a consolidated one for all positions, and that helps with pay equity. And the system is designed in such a way that it can be easily maintained and updated with our methodology and our tools. So we have one HRS classification system. It incorporates all positions, non-union, hourly, annual. And so, classifying a position for hourly and annual is a different classification, is a different kind of a way of classifying as opposed to classifying for internal equity. So I just wanted to make that distinction. Classifying for FLSA has to do with exempt and non-exempt, but classifying for the classification plan has more to do with the internal ranking of the jobs. So the plan allows flexibility for movement. We smoothed out your ranges. They, after a while they get a little bit disjointed. There's compression. The ranges are not, equal. So there's 4.5% increment steps. I think you had something where it started at 4, it went to 5, and we just made it 4.5 across the board. We stayed with the, we have 15 grades, and there are 7 steps, and we recommend that the wage adjustments include, of course, performance and COLA increases. Employees move, the market determines the parameters of the salary schedule, but how an employee moves from minimum to maximum has to do with either, performance or special abilities or something like that. Whereas the whole salary schedule should be updated every year to address the cost of living and so forth. So longevity for non-union should be considered to be comparable to the union employees. Your union employees all get some type of a longevity except for the non-union. So we wanted to recommend that. And we did find that other communities offered longevity payments to their non-union as well. And it was mostly lump sums, not a percentage added, but, so I just want to make that distinction. So regular updates were conducted to ensure validation, meetings with the town manager, assistant manager, HR director, and key staff. We reviewed the survey instrument and came to an agreement on the communities to use. I think there's 16 that we have in this study. So we distributed salary benefits surveys to the organization, and we also have ERI data, Economic Research Institute data for certain positions where we were not able to find good comps. For example, like your golf manager, so we had to look at a wider range to get golf data. So preliminary data was reviewed with the town, and then we received input, and we had follow-up with communities for any additional analysis that was required, and we did the draft and the final report. I'd like to say that all the 16 communities responded to your survey in very quick and fast order, and I have to say that bodes well for the town of Westborough and how well you are respected by your peers. I just wanted to point that out. So that was really nice to see, because a lot of times there's a lot of digging and a lot of follow-up and a lot of, they were very, of course, I'm sure they all want the data back too, but, but they were very kind to respond, and we will share the data with them, of course. So anyway, when we gathered this data, we dice and slice it a lot of different ways. And, we look at the averages, the range, the median, the 90th percentile. And so we're like data wonks looking at, all the data. And and these are the communities that we surveyed: Ashland, Auburn, Foxborough, Franklin, Grafton, Hopkinton, Hudson, Lexington, Marlborough, Milford, Natick, Needham, Northborough, Sharon, Shrewsbury, Southborough, Westford, and Westwood. And those are good. Those are very good comps for this town. So we looked at the immediate, and then somewhere a little bit further out, such as Lexington maybe, but not too far. I mean, Massachusetts is not that big, so you can't go too far. So the key recommendations that I have for you this evening is we would like for you to please, bring the pay plan up to market for FY25, and if it's going to go on to FY26, make sure that you add appropriate cost of living to it. Implemented in one consolidated plan for pay equity purposes, and continue your step system. It's really good, the steps. A lot of municipalities have steps, and that's, and you can tie the steps to performance, but it actually helps with budgeting and management, to have those, and helps you to project your budget. We ask that you please don't reduce the pay level of any current employee, and of course you would not do that when you place them in the range. And increase the classification for certain employees based on the analysis. And the average COLA for 25 seems to be 2 to 3%. But I've seen it go up even as high as 4%. So it depends on which community you're looking at and what group that you're looking at. And continue to benchmark against these high-performing communities on a regular basis. Data changes very quickly, so that's why we're happy to share it, because believe me, it gets outdated so quickly, so there's no need not to share it. This is our rating system that we use, and it's an objective process for ranking the jobs on the classification plan. And it looks at the position, not the employee, the physical environment, the basic knowledge, training and education, problem-solving skills, physical skills, experience, interaction with others, customer service, confidentiality, occupational risk, complexity, supervision, judgment, and accountability. And these are these factors are not unusual. If you would look at other companies that do this type of work, they have something similar for municipal government. So, and we have used our rating system successfully in many communities. So it's a valid system. So the total points, help us to determine those classifications for you, and but of course we also consider the market as well. So it's both. So the end product is the report, all the supporting data, all project documents are provided to the town and HR. We also give them our tools, and we have a web-based web portal for HR where all the documents are there for them in case they want to update it in the future. If they need to add a position to the classification plan, it's all there. If anything, it's a nice archive, so you can have it all in one place to go back and get it. So having said that, I know that was just a quick overview. I would like to just take questions from you now.
Well, thank you very much for walking us through that. A lot of good information and data. I'll just open up to the board for questions and comments. Did you have anything you'd like to?
Yeah, I was just going to add. So as you're aware, we did add we do have in our current budget the 2.5% increase for non-union staff, and so that's existing. We don't have a proposal. We've just received the report, but we wanted to get it in front of you and let you ask Sandy any questions that you have, and then we'll look to provide a recommendation for implementation. When we did this back in 2018, the board at the time chose to go with the 60th percentile. So that's what you have in your packet, showing the 60th percentile to stay on that sort of category of compensation. And then what we also did in 2018, which actually it was voted in October that year, as opposed to starting with the current budget, was to move folks into their next grade at sort of the closest step. And so we're just working through that analysis so that we can make a recommendation to you.
Thank you, Christy. Questions? Sure.
Yeah, just a quick one. I mean, Christy just mentioned the 60th. I think in your presentation you talked about 75th percentile. Yeah. Can you just explain?
Sure. When we did the data analysis, we looked at a variety, how the town looks at the average, at the 50th, so we went all the way up to the 75th, but to construct the compensation plan itself, we used the 60th. So I apologize for any misunderstanding on that, but our analysis, we actually quantified it all the way out to the 75th to see what it would look like. But we know that your policy is the 60th, and we stayed with that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I may, just for clarification for people watching, when we talk about 60th percentile, that basically is saying, in comparison, 60% make that or less, 40% make more. So it's,
yes,
we're not positioning ourselves as the highest paid. We're not saying we're average. We're slightly above average, which historically has allowed us to attract quality staff while still respecting the cost of operating the town for the taxpayer.
Yeah, and very, very few communities benchmark higher than the 75th. So, in reality, it's not even 40%. It's probably less than that. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I actually don't have any questions about the study. There's a lot of data in there, and I know that we'll get a recommendation from our town manager and assistant town manager specific to the impact. I guess question, Christy, for you, do we have, or if you don't have an answer for this when you give a presentation, I would like to understand what is our current performance management system at the that impacts these 40 to 42 individuals, and understanding what is that cycle? Is it done annually? Are those delivered quarterly? Like, what's the format, and what is the consistency since 2018 in which we've delivered that? Any context around elements that we're looking at? Is it the same for all within the context of their job, or I don't have any visibility to that. So I think understanding that, because that was one of the items highlighted in the study as, is an element in factoring in increases. And I'm sorry, can you, you said 4.5% increment steps. Can you clarify what you meant by that? I'm not sure I
Sure,
don't wanna
you have steps on the pay plan, and so we have 4.5% between the steps. I think before you had, it started at 4, and then it went to 4.5, then it went to 5, and then it went, in some cases.
So consistently between steps 4.5%?
Yeah, just made it consistently, because it kind of was a little bit out, it was not mathematically even, so we just smoothed it out for you.
Okay.
So that everybody gets the same percentage every year. You don't want some people getting 5.25 and other people getting 4%, so
Right,
we needed to correct
that being different from COLA.
That's different from COLA,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. COLA, the salary schedule should be updated every year for the cost of living, otherwise you're gonna fall behind very quickly.
Very quickly, right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and I didn't realize, so the last study was done 2018, that's before COVID, and so much has happened since that time to catch up. So it's important that you do look at this.
Yep. That's all for me.
Sure.
Quick, I think in the study you mentioned that 64% use steps. What's the alternative to that? The other 36%, are they all negotiated?
Sometimes they have a min, a mid, and a max, or they have the salary schedule in quartiles, or they might have broadbanding. But in government, you tend, so that 64% is of all industries. I just want to clarify. So in government, you tend to probably more in the steps. So that's but still that's still a lot, considering all industries. But in government, I think because the nature of budgets and appropriations and everything, they're just easier to manage.
Gotcha. I think I didn't see that it was all industries. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask, in the packet, I don't know if you have access to it on, starts on page.
I have the report.
Okay, yes, thanks.
Yes.
Actually, but maybe before I ask my questions, if you could just walk us through, because I think it will answer it on page 1, the table titled Westborough FY25 Market Data Report 2125 XLS. It's yellow, and it has about, 18 columns.
The market, are
number
you talking about the comparisons, or?
Nope. Yes, I'm sorry, the comparisons, yes.
The comparisons.
Sorry, I was looking at orange there, and it's yellow on
Yes.
my screen, yes.
Okay.
So can you just kind of walk, I know what the communities say, but my specific question is where it says Westborough for just about every position title, we have 2 numbers, and I just want to understand what those numbers
Okay,
represent.
so you're looking at the market data?
Yep,
Yes.
yes,
Okay,
yep.
yellow, yeah, that is yellow.
Okay.
Okay, so, so the top number is in local government, everybody has a range, minimum to maximum. A lot of times in the private sector, they operate differently, more on actuals. So, so we gather the minimum and the maximum, because that's what we want to make sure that it's comparable. So the top number is the minimum of the range, and the bottom number is the maximum. And, and we collected, there are a few communities that did not report ranges, and they reported actuals. But most, as you can see, most of the communities, of the 16 communities, they had a range.
Okay.
So,
And the grade on the far left is our current grade or classification?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's your current, yeah.
Okay.
So, and then the number, it ties into the, this is the line of the survey, and then when you go to the comparison chart, it ties into that, so.
And I don't recall offhand what, if any, non-union positions currently have stipends. If a position had a stipend, is it factored in, or that sits outside of the data you collected?
That's we look at the base. We look at the base salary.
Okay.
So.
So I guess to Christy, if there were any, when we revisit this, if there are any positions with stipends that are impacted here, calling that out would be important to understand. Again, I know they sit separately from the base. They don't increase with COLAs, but understanding that would be helpful. Also, currently we don't have any longevity steps. Right. Okay, but that is being proposed as a flat, or that's what's being recommended, not proposed.
Yeah. So the study has found that other communities have them, and internally we have them for all the other positions.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
Yep. And we surveyed that information, and we found information on that. It's included in the report, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Can I just follow on the chart just before that? So the comparison of current to 60th percentile. Just to orient me, I think it's the current. The first column says current fiscal year 25 min max. Those are our Westborough current positions, correct?
Right. Yes.
And then in the 60th percentile, the min max, those are through the communities that responded, the min and the max. Is that?
Yeah. Correct. Yes.
Okay. And then I guess the question I have then goes to the proposed. That is work that your team did to basically come up with a proposal based on the analysis?
Yes.
Can you just talk about a little bit how you do that? Like, really where the question comes in is, some of them seem to make sense looking at comparisons within that grade, but then there were some that looked like, when I looked at minimums, what was being proposed was higher than what I'm seeing in other ones. So just more of understanding your methodology.
So when we say we're benchmarking to the 60th percentile, we're looking at the maximum. We want to make sure that the maximum hits the 60th, and then we work backwards from that. So and then we have to determine of how wide the range is. So for example, if you take the group where you have the administrative assistants, executive assistant, management analyst, that group, when you average those, it comes to the average range for that group is, and it was the rating that determined that group. So it comes to 62 to 79, and we're recommending, 61 and some change to 70, almost 80. So we look at the data that way. That's how we determine. Now, sometimes, we also want to have, certain percentages between grades and that sort of thing. So it takes that into consideration as well, and also into consideration as to how high you want your absolute top grade to be. And then, then it becomes a mathematical calculation. But for the most part, if you look at the groupings and the average, it matches the recommended range. So the maximum, average for public health and stormwater engineer, is 101 and 3, and we're recommending 101,576. So it matches that way. It sometimes is a little bit off because, like I said, it's a math, you have to have the percentages between the steps, between the grades and.
Yeah. No,
you know.
this, actually, you answered it for me because I was looking at more towards min and they seemed to be all over the place, but when I looked at max now, as you explained it, I
Yeah.
can understand how you calculate back to get the
Yes.
4.5% steps. So
Yeah.
perfect, that makes total sense. You answered my question. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So I'll just comment, first of all, I look forward to, Christy, you answered a couple of my questions as far as kind of what the transition impact will be and how that'll look budgetarily, as well as what your plan is for the transition to this. My question, again, I've gone through the report very quickly, but just to ask one question, I go back to page, I think it's the first page too. It's the Westborough Mass non-union proposed FY25 classification plan. It's where all the grades and titles are with each one of the job descriptions in them. And I apologize if you've already answered this question, but it wasn't clear to me. Is this recommendation consistent? I don't have a feel for, like, did any of our positions move within this? And is this consistent, are our positions consistent in naming and also grading to those other communities? So I know you've looked at the values of those positions, but the first step is to make sure we're in alignment in regards to where they are in their grades and titles and what those titles are.
That's a good question. And of course, every organization, every town has their own classification plan and their own classification system. But by and large, in general, I would say that the way these positions are titled are very typical in other municipalities. I would also say that the way that they fall in the groupings is probably always also typical. I mean, you'll see, the finance director, community development director, engineer, IT, library directors towards the top. And, in the middle, you'll see the network administrators and, then you have the next group of, the human resource coordinator, management analyst, administrative assistants. And keep in mind, these are not the union, they're non-union. So
Right.
the pay is already starting higher,
Sure.
So it's, but it is a new system. It's a new rating system. So it doesn't correlate to your old, so a 4 here doesn't mean the same necessarily as your old 4. We've just renumbered everything. But yeah, I think it flows very similar to how other municipalities are. They may have more positions, they may have less. Some of these may be unionized in other towns, so.
There's also, it is true, and we'll show that to you too, that some of the positions that were previously classified together potentially have been separated. Okay. And some of that just has to do with the market and also just kind of the existence of those positions in other communities, like some of the newer positions that we have, where we place them versus where other towns have placed them.
Yeah, I guess I suspect, and I think it lends itself to your answer, Christy, as well, is that as you looked at the data, I suspect there were areas where there perhaps was a gap where either data wasn't reported, or if data was reported, it might have been significantly different, which maybe led you to believe that, hey, that needed to be moved up or down in our classification as compared to other communities. But I'll have to read more and understand it more to see if that is in fact the case. One other quick question I just noticed. So in classification number 15, we've got police chief, fire chief, our top directors in the town, and the deputies. Right? Oh, yeah, you're right. The deputies. Sorry. Thank you for clarifying that. Because I was just curious. I didn't see the town manager here. So and they're negotiated. Yep. That answers my question. Yep. I didn't. Skimmed right over deputy.
She would be on 18, I think.
She would be on 18. Okay. Very good.
But getting back to matching apples to apples, I would like to say that we have a 70% rule. So if 70% of the job is comparable for comparison and benchmark purposes, we use it. It's hard sometimes to match everything 100%. We do the best we can. If and then we also look if something's really, really high or really, really low, we also consider those things too.
Sure. No, this is very helpful. I found it enlightening to look at the data, but so.
Yes.
One more question. So these are all the current positions, is my understanding. So some of these, there's also alternative levels. Like the Economic Development Coordinator can also be the Economic Development Director. And that would be a different grade?
Yes.
Okay, so we would need to get those
Well-
mapped.
Right, so I think that has a lot to do when Sandy showed the slide that had all of the different factors that they look at. Like, that's how we have factors that we look at, and we'll use what she's provided now also to grade the different positions based on the responsibilities. And so the coordinator versus the director, as an example, would have different responsibilities, so we would grade that position.
Gotcha. So we wouldn't need to do that as part of this process. We would use what we've learned here and apply that in the
Exactly,
future.
yes.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Terrific. Anything further from the board? Nope. Thank you very much. Very helpful, and we look forward to continuing working through this process with the.
Thank you very much, and
Thank you,
and this is still draft, so if you need any tweaking, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
We'll direct all our questions to Christy and Kim, so. All right, so let's move on here. Moving on to item 3, discussion of Worcester Airline Trail Project and Active Transportation and Safety Committee. You want to introduce this, or would you?
Sure.
Okay.
So this is really a follow-up to the discussion that you had in your joint meeting with the planning board on January 16th. The planning board met on February 4th, and they had a follow-up discussion. I know that they're meeting this evening to take a final vote on sort of the next steps of the BWALTs. But my understanding of sort of where they left that last discussion is that while they're implementing, they don't consider the planning board to be sort of the lead on that work. And so this is really the board's opportunity to take that up. But as also part of that was the discussion of the Active Transportation and Safety Committee, as that's been brought up by select board members as something that should be on the agenda as well. So in your packet, you have the January 16th minutes, as well as any correspondence that we received following that. A lot of folks were able to forward the comments that they had made at that meeting, so we provided those as well. You have the minutes from the planning board meeting on February 4th. And then you also have the mission or charge of the Active Transportation and Safety Committee.
Anybody like to comments, questions, thoughts? Sure.
I'll jump in. Probably appropriate, being that I'm the liaison to the Active Transportation Safety Committee, and yeah. So, couple of points to preface every comment that I'm going to make tonight, and that is, I think that here in Westborough, individuals who are involved in committee work as volunteers, as well as our staff of professionals across all the grades and classifications, consistently operate with best intent for the community. So that is baseline for every comment I'm going to make. I also want to say that I think that Westborough as a community has been, in my experience, very supportive of things like open space and recreation, passive and otherwise. And I think that that is true to this day. So, the easy approach, had the planning board said, this really lies with us, we should take it, would have been sort of the easy approach, I think, for this board, because we have an assistant town planner who was hired to work on matters of transportation, and one could reasonably say that whether you're pedaling or walking, there's modes of transportation or in a car. Based on the meeting that I watched that Christy also referenced, that is not the case. I've talked with members of the planning board since that meeting, and while they see themselves as active and involved in helping with things like appropriate easements and aligning networking of trails to site plans, et cetera, and I could go on, they do not see themselves as owner of this project. Way back when in time, this board accepted the feasibility study, and we said, we accepted it, and then it sort of launched into what we have today. So, I think I want to make sure that while we're talking about B-Wall today, I'm going to kind of broaden my parts of my content above B-Wall, because I think there are some kind of larger issues as I've talked with others in the community, talked with the planning board, and given this some thought. It has become apparent to me that ownership of this project, by very definition of what we're discussing here and how many conversations we had, and sorry, Sean, I'm sorry.
I can hear you.
Is not clear, and it is essential that tonight I believe that we make that clear. I am comfortable that the select board takes ownership of this project. However, when we have a planning director who is awesome and an assistant planning director, also awesome, doing work on this project, and those individuals do not report to this board, that creates significant challenges. And I will point one specific example out recently. Again, best of intentions. Our planning director recently applied for a Mass Trails grant for Section 2 of the B-Walls for 75% design. This board had no knowledge of that. Now, we don't have knowledge of every grant that takes place and that we're applying for in town. Sometimes we hear about it downstream. The fire department applies for something, the police department does, and I understand that. I am feeling that this project at this point is very disjointed. It doesn't have clear ownership and leadership, and because of this bifurcation of board and reporting responsibilities, it creates complexity. So, I would also say that while I am absolutely supportive of B-Walls and spurs off of it and safer roads for bikers, for walkers, for recreational purposes, because I think it enhances a community, I also am acutely aware of the pressure this board is under from the community around every dollar that we're spending. If we were having this conversation 3 years ago, it would have a totally different context in my mind. But right now, every dollar we're spending, every resource we are using must be scrutinized at a level that maybe we've not done before. In that context, then, while I support B-Walls, there is more to biking and multimodal use, if that's the right term, than just B-Walls. And that was made clear in not only the presentations on January 18th by the community, they've been shared before, and I've shared some of those. I think we need to take a step back, and I have a rough proposal for the board to consider, maybe not to vote on tonight, where we take a hard look across the town, across departments, across boards, and take a hard look at all of the related projects and make sure we are understanding clearly, definitively, what the prioritization is of those projects and how resources are going to be allocated, because it's going to get a lot tougher to be able to kind of say, ooh, you know, and we got a grant and therefore we should spend free cash on it at a town meeting. By the time we get to that point, the horse is already out of the barn and then we're just responding to it. And I am increasingly uncomfortable with that. So I would propose that we need a work group of an ad hoc committee, because I think it needs to be done in a very public way, not in a, you know, like under a town manager work group, not in that fashion, a public open meeting law compliant committee that has a configuration that would include a representative from the select board, the planning board, conservation, economic development committee, and possibly the school committee. Again, this is just a rough draft. A staff member from planning, economic development, public safety, DPW, the town manager, and the conservation director. I may have missed someone. This is just, again, rough draft. To sit down and look at this project, BWALT, in the context of complete streets, safe routes to school, upcoming TIP project opportunities, what have you. I would expect that if we were to go forward, that will result in a likely reconfiguration of the Active Transportation Safety Committee. And I do think that their roles and responsibilities now could be changed. And I have some comments on that. But if we go down that path, then I would say I'm not sure that we want to tweak their responsibilities at this point. But I would think that it would likely result in a reconfiguration of that committee. And by saying that, I mean still with resident involvement, but bringing back more cross-functional involvement of town staff, so that there's not as much maybe pressure on just the planning department, one member who attends those meetings now. I want to be clear that if we have an opportunity as a town to seek an easement aligned with the BWALT, we should seek that now. We should continue that work as part of, site plan or however that is presented. Do I think we should randomly be going out, and I'm not saying we are, but in section 3 or 4 or 5 and being like, let's get an easement on this particular piece of property and seeking that out? No, I don't, because that's use of time and precious town resources right now. If an owner comes to us and says, hey, I noticed I'm in section 5 on this part, and I'd like to give you an easement on my property, then welcome, come on in. Let's have a conversation, of course. That makes sense. I mean, some of this is kind of common sense. But, so I believe that work can continue. I do think seeking easements, contrary to what is in the Active Transportation Safety Committee description, should be wholly the responsibility of the town staff. Town staff can seek input from a member or members of ATSC, but that should be led by, facilitated by, negotiated by, without condition, town staff. It is irresponsible for any member of this community to take a role that would put them at risk, quite frankly, in negotiating that. That's what we pay our staff to do. I have some other comments on the committee, but I'll let all of that rest right now. And I love the board's other thoughts.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Shelby. I appreciate the comments in the direction of what you're proposing. I think it's important to, point out that in watching the planning board discussion about the BWALT, it's, what's the saying? You hope you get the government you want. If you're lucky, you get the government you need. You always get the government you voted for. Town meeting voted to leave the planning director position. That is a reporting function to the planning board. So if the planning director is coordinating the project, then it would not make any sense for us as a select board to be overseeing the project. It would fall to who the planning director reports to, which would be the planning board. If that's something that, they're not interested in doing, they see it's beyond their scope operationally, which is understandable, then we need to make some modification. And so I would go so further to step back and realize that You know, when BWALT started, it was a trails project. It was a community-driven effort. It became part of our strategic plan. And there have been many bumps, turns, twists, intrigue, mystery, et cetera, along the way. It's been a complicated effort, but back when the select board paused the work on easements to take a step back and do it and reassess the project, address the feasibility study, and accepting that as a guideline for how the project can move, and the fact that we created an implementation plan, BWALT is, in fact, a public works project, and has been pointed out, not an insignificant one. It's engineering with respect to conservation, construction, permitting, funding, et cetera. And so if we're going to consider a ad hoc committee to step back and rethink, then I would also suggest that that committee, or in advance of creating that committee, that we clarify that this is a public works project, and our public works projects are run by our Department of Public Works. And Christie's looking at me like, oh my goodness, that's a huge shift in responsibility. Yes, it is. Now, it doesn't mean they do everything. It means we still need we have a working group on the project of town staff across departments that work together. That's important, that needs to keep going. Some of that may become operational to the committee you're talking about. And yes, you know, if part of the BWALT trail is going to be funded by Mass DOT, then DPW would be doing those grants because they understand the DOT or the TIP project process better than anyone. If it's a Mass Trails opportunity, the planning director and the planning department have that experience. They might actually do the work on that grant. If it's a Mass Econ, as was part of how the trail in Hudson was funded, I would assume the EDC would take the lead in that potentially. You know, and so it still would be a cross-departmental effort. But if this board is going to be, say, we're responsible and we're going to provide the leadership for the project, then it needs to be managed within a department that reports up through the town manager to this board. Because otherwise we don't have the authority to direct the planning director on steps to take. And you can't really create, you know, as you've referenced indirectly, the accountability necessary to do that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just, Shelby, thank you, and Alan, thank you. Shelby did have a question I want to just wrap my head around the committee. But it sounds like, and I think we've talked about this and heard in that meeting, that part of this is kind of a lack of communication. In terms of folks knowing, I think it feels like consistent, regular communication, public communication is maybe lacking in terms of the community knowing about it. I guess the question is that kind of what you're thinking from the committee standpoint, is more communication? Because I do lean back to Alan saying, when I think back to the history here, both you said it correctly, it was kind of going down a different path. The decision was made by this board to put a halt, look at the feasibility, support the feasibility, but really the determination was that this needed to be a staff-led project and not a volunteer-led project, and that's where we went. I think with that, and not a knock on anybody, is staff-led, of course, is not subject to open meeting laws, so things happen, and you right to point out certain things we as a board didn't know about, and probably it was unclear as to ownership, as we even saw with the planning board meeting. So, I'm still supportive of BWALT. I think the community has supported that, not 100%. Nothing is 100%. But to me, I think it's understanding, moving it forward and what the process will be. I do like your idea, and I would hope that it's pretty easy to put together in terms of all the projects that are ongoing that's out there. But we do hear about them piecemeal. We hear about what's happening with the sidewalks that are going up East Main Street out towards Ullman at this time. and the process, so that's ongoing and in process right now and being funded through state funds. So, not offering a solution here and thinking, but I do think it needs to be town-led from seeing the planning board. I think it probably is led by us and therefore through staff on our part. I think we have to figure out the planning board piece and get their acknowledgement that if it's under our control, but we need the help of the planning director, that they're supportive of that planning director interacting, as I believe she does, with the town and clear, oversight of that and communication. But stop there. But just back to the committee, can you just explain, because I may have missed it, just as your thought of the committee, the purpose
Yes, so
around
the purpose of this ad hoc committee to me is just to kind of circle the wagon, so to speak, on a number of things, not just BWALT, but around like the downtown, there's been a study done, a couple iterations of how we might reconfigure the downtown. There's an economic development and downtown kind of, what's the program, Christy? Not revitalization initiative in the downtown, what's it called?
Oh,
Help me out,
the ERRP or something.
Yeah, I mean.
The
they're-
rapid
they're-
recovery.
Yeah, rapid recovery. I
Recovery
mean,
grants,
so
yeah.
there's an economic element to this, that, because there's traffic but moving people around, there's so many things that, to me, kind of, BWALT sort of gets the gold star, or it gets the highlighting, but there are a lot, Complete Streets is another one. We've got a lot of projects going on that I think the public maybe, they get drips, maybe because the Community Advocate does an article, because people aren't watching our meetings or watching planning board meetings or watching ATSC. But I just feel like there are a lot of projects, and I think also that BWALT has had the sort of the lead story, and I'm not sure that is the highest and best use of the town's resources in this kind of vertical, if you will. And so I'm just proposing we get a group together to make sure, are we on the right path here? Not suggesting we do another feasibility study. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying we've got enough intelligence and experience and history between resident volunteers, if you will, and professional staff to just kind of map it out and then come back to this board, planning board as well, because to your point, there would absolutely have to be other staff involved, and kind of say, this is what we see as a prioritization. From that, then, I would expect communication and points of communication and best practices to come out of that, because specific to BWALT, that has not been a strength of that project.
So if I could just follow on, so the ad hoc committee's role would be to collect all the information, and then is it to make a recommendation then back to the board of how to prioritize?
Yes.
Or is it just to provide us a list?
I would like them to put together a recommendation for priority projects for the next. I mean, it's almost like kind of what we do with capital expenditures, right? We've got a runway of 1 to 30 years now, right? So this is kind of what the runway should look like for all of these projects: sidewalks, striping of roads for bike safety, the downtown project. I know we don't know the numbers around those, which makes it hard, but by order of magnitude, we have a master plan that informs some of this work. But I think that there needs to be a prioritization, because I don't think the master plan is hitting the mark on that. I went back to it, and someone tell me that I'm wrong. I don't think it addresses these types of projects.
No, I mean, I agree with the need for prioritization, and you can look at the work, and just for context, when we talk about BWALT, we have a sidewalk plan, we have complete streets, there's a prioritized project list. I think the most recent update is 2023. That's up, that's on the ATSC of the website.
Are you talking about for complete streets?
Complete streets,
thanks.
there's a prioritized project list. It's not clear what projects have been worked on, what are complete, what's in the queue. At this point, as far as what's on that piece of the website, you've got safe routes to school projects and grants happening. When you look at the Rotary, we have a parking study, a traffic study, a safety study. All three have conflicting recommendations at various points that need to be balanced. We have design concepts to improve traffic flow through the downtown area with the redesign, potential redesign of the Rotary. That comes into play. There are, a lot of moving pieces. And so taking a step back and saying, even at a level saying these are strategic, these are tactical, these are opportunistic. My view of BWALT, which is long-term project I support, is that our pursuit of it is for the most part opportunistic, where as properties sell or get redeveloped, you have an opportunity through the permitting process to secure easements, mitigation dollars to fund it. There's a little bit of tactical because you have to plan for grants, and there's a grant cycle, and it's probably worth staying in the Mass Trails grant cycle, which happens, I think, every 2 years. And so that if it's going to move forward, not saying you apply every time, but there's a decision saying, is this the time to apply?
Well, right.
And having that balance. And so
on that matter, and I think that this is something we've got to work through. For the Mass Trails grant, I'm going to use the specific example of the most recent one that we applied for. Yes, there's a grant cycle. Yes, we took that kind of opportunistic, but was that the highest and best use? I don't know how many hours were put into it by one person or 10 people or what have you.
Right. Planning
Department, conservation, I have no idea, right? And part of that is operational, so it's a little bit outside of kind of what our role is. I understand that.
Yep.
But at a time in which we are under the gun here to cut taxes, everything's on the table.
No, agreed.
And so I am frustrated, yes, that Mass Trails grant was applied for when we sat in a meeting on January 18th, and it was submitted first whatever week of February, and I went back and watched the tape, it was never mentioned. That grant did not just pop up. And if it was mentioned verbally and it wasn't caught on Westborough TV and I'm wrong, then someone tell me. But to me, that is a classic example of we're having this major discussion. We got all these boards together. We paid town staff to be at this meeting, and then we apply for this grant in a section where we still have issues around some alternative routes that we're not going to hear answers to until maybe, I think the latest up was May or June. And we're applying for a 75% grant. I'm sorry, I'm not an engineer, but that does not make sense to me.
No, I'm not arguing that at all. Right.
My frustration is not at you.
No, I
It's
appreciate
just,
the passion.
This
Right.
is
This
is what I'm saying. Like, we got to get
Right.
our shit together.
Right.
I'm sorry.
It is definitely a coordination issue. And again, if this board's
Sorry,
going
Westborough TV, if you have to bleep that out.
if this board is going to take the lead responsibility, then, the leadership of the project should be in a department that reports through the town manager to this board. I'm supportive of having a committee similar to what you've outlined, or as you've outlined, to take a step back and reassess priorities and direction so that folks are working. In parallel, I also think we can look at the charge to the Active Transportation Safety Committee. Yep. And that, I forget exactly when, we did some restructuring of the membership of that committee. And during that time, there was discussion of realigning that committee in getting it into a true advisory role. Advisory to the select board, providing input as part of the site plan, special permit and comprehensive permit review processes, as well as defining their involvement from the communication and citizen interaction standpoint of projects. So, for example, in committee has done some really great work in those areas that go under the radar, right? So, I'll sit here and say, I did not realize how much work is involved in a Safe Routes to School grant, as far as surveying and data analysis and, everything from counting bad curb cuts, to handing out surveys of people waiting at bus stops or people who walk to school and getting parent and teacher and faculty staff's feedback to prepare the data to win those grants. And we've been fairly successful at winning those grants. And so that work's appreciated. I had a conversation with a member of the planning board who expressed frustration, that there was, with the site plan review for 210 Turnpike Road, that the feedback from the ATSC focused on the easements related to B-Wall, but didn't talk about sidewalk, whether or not the current location of the marked crosswalk on Park Street should remain where it is for safety. No discussion of whether the increased traffic should warrant some rethought about configuration of the Park Street, Milk Street intersection and where those crosswalks are. And so I'm not saying ATSC did a bad job. I'm not sure the expectation has been set for that committee that, you know, when they're doing a site plan review, it's everything. It's easements for trails, but it's also sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, bicycle access, handicap accessibility, concerns about traffic and lane conflict for bicycles, whatever. All of the transportation issues you'd have around the project, to be providing their opinion and asking questions of the planning board for consideration in how they finalize the site plan or the special permit. And I think that work to better charge and better advise that committee on the scope and really in some ways broaden the scope of the advisory function doesn't need to wait for this committee to step back and reprioritize.
Thank you, Alan. Sean, did you have any?
Yeah, just a couple comments. First, yeah, I mean, I think part of the reason this is bubbled up, right, is because our director of planning is doing a lot of communicating, right? Talking to folks about Section 2 and getting into details about what's going on. And her communication has bubbled all of this up, I think, which is terrific. It's terrific. Second, I look at this, you have a project that over its span is over a quarter of a century and going to be the entire process here. It certainly makes sense a couple times to step back and reevaluate as you're doing everything. And Shelby, I think your plan for some form of a committee to sort of evaluate that and where that belongs and look at it holistically again makes a lot of sense. So I support that. I think it seems like, you know, details need to be determined, but I think that makes a lot of sense. I do still support the project. I believe the majority of town does. And when we talk about the costs of the project, I think there are really two costs. And I think of the total cost of the project and then the cost to the town. And so far, those have been very different numbers. There is still cost to the town. And I think we've done all this opportunistically, you know, Section 5. When we did parts of Section 5 there, that was an opportunity with the business folks up there to get something done. So, you know, that certainly has to be the way forward. And I think you're right. We don't go out and aggressively get easements, but if properties are turning over, you know, we need to talk to them about that. But yeah, I would be more than happy for us to step back. I do agree that, you know, we have a director of planning with an assistant who are focused on this effort. I am unsure how the planning board doesn't think they're really involved in this. And so I don't know that it's another open meeting with discussion. Maybe it's, you know, how we resolve that between the two of us. I guess it can't be both of us meeting at the same time in different buildings and talking about it. So we need to figure that out. But thank you for bringing this back up.
Thank you, Sean. I'll just try to keep my comments fairly brief. I don't want to repeat anything that's already been said. I appreciate everybody's comments, and I think everybody is spot on. I am very frustrated with the communications, the coordination, and whatnot that has led us to this point. I will say that I am, you know, duly impressed with our new planning director and her staff. I think they've done a fantastic job in the time that they've been here, and I look forward to them continuing to be a part of this work. Shelby, I think your recommendation to really think about this, you've laid out a suggestion. I think it's something that we can all consider, and I think in the future board, past the elections, we'll be able to consider looking into more detail as to what that would look like. It sounds like a workable plan, but I need to think about it more myself. I would just say that I certainly appreciate not only this board and the planning board and the work on it. I also appreciate residents who've come out and brought several issues to our attention in the community that have really raised this to, I think, another level of awareness, and I do appreciate that. In regards to the ATSC, I look at what's out on the town's website on duties and responsibility, and there's 12 major items that they are tasked with. The ATSC was formed before the pandemic, and I think it is due. There's a lot of things that have changed over the years, over the last 5 years. So from a financial perspective, from a priority perspective, that I think we need to do a reassessment of kind of what they are being asked to do. And they are absolutely providing a vital role to the community, but helping them better understand what changes in the community they need to look at. Alan mentioned all of the various different studies that have been done, and there's a lot of conflicting information in there. This group that you're talking about, Shelby, to me, just again, thinking off the cuff right now, I look at it as being in need of senior people in that position to really look at all of those studies, try to reconcile them as to what the right things we should be doing in those studies. It's not necessarily that one study or one project is necessarily a higher priority. There may be very valid information in one study that is very applicable than another study, right? Based on changes that have happened over the last few years. So that's the level of assessment I'm hoping that they can provide. And then also to provide some guidance to us who have in fact chartered the ATSC to provide an update as to what their duties and responsibilities should be moving forward. We received a letter today, actually late last week, a handwritten letter from a resident that talked 3 pages, talked about speeding issues in front of the high school. And these types of things, understanding the safety needs of the town, this being one, is something that I see the ATSC should be doing as far as recommendations to the community. So again, don't want to repeat what everybody said here. It sounds like we're on, a lot of us are thinking in the same direction, and I think that's good, and I certainly look forward to future conversations with the board. Go ahead.
As a suggestion, and I would be willing to work with another board member to take a look at the charge of the ATSC as it is and see if we might create some clarity around that as it exists today, even separate from kind of what I've proposed. Because I do think that there are some changes. For example, I'm just going to call it one responsibility says, coordinate with Massachusetts Bay Transit Authority and Central Mass Regional Planning Commission and the Worcester Regional Transit Authority Economic Development Committee and Council on Aging to develop and support intermodal transportation solutions. That's a it's a mouthful, and it's a very heavy lift for a 5-member volunteer committee. To me, that strikes of all town staff initiated, with ATSC playing a role in somewhere as those initiatives come up. For example, I know that recently with CMRCP, our assistant town planner is working on a microgram for bike racks, right? So that's town-led with ATSC. They've, I think, talked about it 2 or 3 meetings now, providing input on where should those bike racks go. That's fine, but that's not a coordination role. That word coordination says ATSC is going to initiate and coordinate with these outside bodies. There's another one that talks about other communities. That is not the role of this committee to be having, in my opinion, conversations beyond the town's borders about Westborough initiatives. So I'd be happy to work with a member of the board to kind of tweak that if we feel that we're ready to do that. But take it back, we're not going to wordsmith it here, obviously.
Is it something you feel like you'd make a motion on now to
I don't know if we need I don't know if we need a motion, if we...
Well, to assign 2 people.
Yeah, so I don't know, I guess I want the board's thoughts on, does it make sense to do that now or take another path?
I'll suggest waiting till after the election, because you'll have 1 or 2 new members.
I was going to assign it to you now.
Sorry, get it done.
No, I think to that point, I fully supportive. I'd raise my hand, but I think it does make sense to wait. But I did have a comment, and actually like if she wants to, for the town manager to comment too, because I do think I support this committee, but the reason I was asking the question, I feel like we don't need the committee in place yet. It sounded like a big committee one, but I think that one of the things we could say, and I'm fully supportive of this, and I appreciate you bringing it up, is supporting kind of putting together an inventory, which to me is town staff, and I look to the town manager to say, we can take that away and coordinate and bring that back. And then we decide if there's a committee, and really the charge to that ad hoc committee with reviewing it, asking questions, and then that's why I asked the question about recommendations. So I like that. Sorry, just to, no, I do, actually, I really also like what Sean said, and I think in that inventory to think about, there's the actual cost of the dollars, the taxpayer piece, and I support that, but there also is that opportunity cost, and I think that is a cost because we're putting town staff to do that. Taxpayers are still paying that, but it's part of the job and their salary, but what is it that we're giving up? And I think that's what you were getting at, and Sean as well. So, understanding because it's not like it has to be, oh, we're doing sidewalks, so we can't do bike trails or whatever. I think we can do, but you have to see how they're interconnected and where the resources need to go and where we may have issues. And I expect town staff to be able to identify that and say, hey, this is too much, this makes sense, whatever. So I guess what I would say to the board, and whether we have to do it tonight or not, but I would say we could get started tomorrow with asking the town manager to start working with staff to start putting this inventory together to bring back to us as a board, but also how we then, for us to have that time to think about creating that committee. Because I think when you put the committee together, there was a lot of staff, there was a lot of volunteers, and to me that sounded like a really big
No, it's way too big.
Yeah.
And that was, my initial plan was it should just be town staff. It was actually absolutely that, but I don't want this to be, town staff can inventory it, can put recommendations, but I just want to make sure that there's a tie-in to the relevant kind of boards and committees.
Yeah,
That's all.
absolutely. And I agree with that.
So
That's
I'm-
why I want to think about it is almost like
Yeah.
the committee is made up of, again, almost what we did with Active Transportation Safety Committee, where it used to be town staff and volunteers here. Basically, maybe that ad hoc is just, we don't put town staff on that committee, but we're town staff would come in that committee. That makes it public, which I think is one of the big things, going back to communication, make sure it's out there, and hopefully it's we can get Westborough TV to put it on, so we get that out there. But
I'm supportive of that.
okay. Anyway, I did call you out, Chris. I don't know if you have any comments. So
I do. I do think that a lot of the work that you were, I appreciate your comments, Ian, because I think a lot of the work that you were saying that this committee would do, town staff is already doing. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands that there is visibility and there is coordination and there's work at town staff level in terms of understanding all of these projects and how they work together. I think one of the things that we're missing when we're talking about all of these projects is the other work that's being done. Like, for example, Public Works has many projects. So just because, sort of there's a couple things that we think are a priority, it has to fit into the other work of the Public Works Department. Alan, I understand what you're saying about Public Works leadership on these projects, and there is real leadership for Public Works on these projects, but that's not, they can't be fully responsible for that in terms of like going out and getting grants and things like that. I mean, these are things that we're working with community development, the director of planning. I understand that right now BWALT is the headline. I get it. But I do think that that's because there's been a lot of more recent communication and work being done on BWALT, which has stirred up the conversation, which is not good or bad. It's just the sort of where we are, but it's not the only work of town staff in terms of like active transportation projects. So I appreciate your suggestion that we come back and sort of present to you kind of how all of this work is going on, and then maybe take from there, how we move forward. So, and then after that, we'll take next steps or put together next steps.
So Can I ask a question, though, in the meantime, because I know this didn't come out directly from that joint meeting. We had talked about this after, Christie, that I would like the board's understanding of where do we stand with BWALT right now, given this conversation? So again, I heard from everyone here, generally, I think, we're supportive of BWALT in terms of it being a long-term investment and understanding it's going to take time in this town to develop. But right now, to what extent should work continue on that before we do this kind of inventory work? I guess that's my question. And I would say that right now the easement work should continue as it has, again, around site plans, et cetera. I don't think we should be applying for more grants right now. I think that's time, that's the opportunity cost. You know, I'm not, I know we've already submitted the Mass Trails piece and we are still working on section 2. So to me, anything new other than easements, we should just put the pause button on. That's what I'd like to see.
I'm comfortable with that. At this point, I would say see it as opportunistic, right? So site plans, special permits are happening that abut the trail or near the trail. Yes, we should be talking with the property owner about mitigation, about contribution. You know, once those permits are issued, the negotiations and the leverage the leverage is gone and the negotiations are over. The time it has to happen is before the permits are issued. The Mass Trail grant that's been submitted has been submitted. If we get it, then the town will have a decision to make, and it'll go to town meeting as to whether or not to provide, you know, the matching funds. At that point, we'll also know whether the matching funds are cash, or, you know, is it services in kind, and how much of the services in kind will have to fall to town staff and employees, and how much could be potentially provided by volunteers. There have been other Mass Trail grants where the Boy Scouts have done the trail clearing work, you know, as volunteer groups for their, or National Honor Society for their, you know, volunteer hours as our, you know, to generate the hours necessary to do the matching. And so definitely easement work as it comes up should continue. That can be lengthy, it involves the legal side, but
Discussions with the treatment plant, right? I mean,
Yeah.
those are actively ongoing around are they expanding, are they not? How does section 2, I mean, to me, that's
Right.
ongoing work.
the work on the alternate route
Yes.
Yeah.
considerations for 2 should continue.
So sections 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Shelby, I support what you're suggesting. I just have a question about kind of implementation. So previous comments, we highlighted the fact that we don't have authority over the planning director. Yep. So is this a request to the planning board to, I can understand, I can rationalize the difference between going for grants and versus going for, you know, easements. That makes total sense to me, and that work should continue. But we don't have that authority. So how do are we asking the planning board to support this decision? Is that what and maybe that's a better question for Christie, is that the outcome of what we need to do here, since we don't have any authority there?
On easements, yes. And I mean, I think we're requesting that
Well,
through
I mean,
the
hypothetically,
planning board, that no new grants be pursued on BWALT at this time. That's not a motion, that's for discussion.
Except for sections 1 and 2.
Except for what's already been done on sections 1 and 2. I wouldn't expect anything new to be, like, as of today, the 25th, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I guess
I mean, unless there's something in the works that I don't know.
Well, I mean, you're aware, I mean, the section, I guess, just so that I'm crystal clear, section 1 is a very small part of the Otis Street project, which we're pursuing additional funding for that overall project, which is much larger than the B-Walls.
that continues.
Yes,
that
that
continues.
that continues, sorry, yes, and I think that's very important. B-Balt is like this little segment that's part of it, right, correct. And we have a deficit not brought on, you know, by anything the town did on that project.
Right,
that
and
we're
not
trying
related to the
close.
trail.
Correct.
Right.
I think it may just be semantics here, but the word pause, a little concerned with the word pause, but I think the opportunistic piece, continuing what's going on right now that's funded, I think a message to the planning board, as Alan said, in terms of as the opportunities arise based on permitting, that the conversations as have been having continue, because you're absolutely right. If we lose that opportunity, you lose the opportunity, you lose your negotiation skills. Why pause just gets me is that, again, I think it's saying the same thing. We're saying, hey, it's not that we're actively moving forward, but my concern is if an opportunity fell in our lap through a grant, and there was a grant, again, I don't know, but just saying there's a grant for $10 million, and we're saying, and we've told people to
Call a
pause.
special meeting.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think what I'm hearing
I
here
want
is
to
that
hear about it.
we want it on their own initiative. What the request of the planning board is on their own initiative, we want it to stop. But if an opportunity comes that they think is important, that through the town manager, bring it to us as the board. I think what we've said is we as the board own it. Planning board has been clear they don't want to own it. I think what I'm hearing from this board here is that, yes, we're going to take ownership and broaden it out in terms of what we've asked for in terms of this inventory, that if there is anything new before any work is done on it at all, it comes here for us to have the discussion in public about it. So it's not saying pause, don't do anything. It's saying, hey, if the opportunity you think is great, bring it forward. Don't do anything until we have it and the public can hear it and we can have those discussions for us as leading it. And that really goes back to the planning board saying they don't want to own it. They were going to own it. That means you got to.
Because in that example of a grant, it would be most likely that the select board would be putting that article in the warrant. We'd be responsible for it, not the planning board.
Correct.
I mean, it could be ATSC, but again,
Yep, it's
it
just
would
really
fall to us.
Yep.
So, yep.
So again, it's just that word pause to me. I look at pause as saying don't do anything. And again, it's like let's continue with what is already in process. Anything new
Comes before us.
comes before
That would be a
us.
request to the planning board.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So that would be
And
my-
to the town, anything comes here in public. For us.
That's our
Talk about
request.
it and
That's a request to the planning board. Is that anything
that would
anything
be
new?
my suggestion.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to get clear, because we're asking for them to give guidance to Jenny in this case, or whomever else, right? If anything comes new, we would like that
Yes.
to be presented to us. That makes sense. I just wanted to make sure we had that clear. Other thoughts? Do we need a motion on this? No.
I mean, probably
Okay.
to make it formal, yes, I would say that the planning
But the
board.
note to the planning board, I think, would be a motion. I think the request, I mean, the board would have to support my request to Christie about working on the inventory, but
So moved.
Second.
Okay, having a motion and a second,
On that particular
On that
item.
particular
yes.
item?
I'm asking
Yep.
Christie.
any further
Wait,
discussion on that
Could
motion?
we just state what that was again for everybody that
Yeah,
was
that's
a
what I
few
wanted to
minutes
make
ago?
sure we
Yes, so it's basically to ask the town manager to work with the departments, including planning, but the town staff to build the inventory as discussed here at the meeting of all of the transportation projects that are out there, and prepare that and present it back to the board for our review and discussion as we think about creating the ad hoc committee.
Maybe add one word, transportation and safety?
Transportation safety.
Yeah, and I do think the schools need to be part of that discussion
Yes.
at the town staff level.
Perfect. Yep.
Okay, so.
That
if-
answer your question, Sean?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So I got a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion in a second? Seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, so let's move on to the second part of this in regards to the relationship, for lack of a better word, between planning board and select board in regards to not the pausing of the work, but the communication of the work, new opportunity, if you want to try to frame a motion.
Yeah, I would frame the motion as move it that the select board has continues to take responsibility for the BWALT, this is specific to BWALT, the BWALT process, and that we would seek support from the planning board that current initiatives in process, including the recently applied for grant, continue, as well as, and this is too long already, but as well as any new easements that may come up through the permitting process continue. But anything new that comes forward, before anything new is done in regards to the B-Walt, it is brought before us on the board for review and or approval.
Do we need to delineate between sections 1 and 2 and the other sections in that motion?
I don't think so,
Okay.
because you have discussions with project on Lyman Street that's part of Section 3.
Okay.
It connects to a piece of Section 3 that was done as a pilot phase. There's a development that ties into Section 5 that's happening off of Connector Road.
And those are all permitted.
Those are
follow the
permanent projects,
That's permitted projects. So putting section 1 to me just confuses it.
Okay.
But as
I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
as ongoing redevelopment happens in the business parks,
Yep.
you want those opportunities to come
Yep.
forward.
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Pardon me.
go ahead.
You started off by saying the select board, I believe, did you say ownership? What was the term you used at the beginning there? I think you said the select board has ownership of this project.
Yes.
Something to that effect. I thought that was still to be determined. Because here we're saying the director of planning and the assistant town planner both report to the planning board. And they're doing it like, I didn't think that was actually delineated yet, who completely owns this project and needed to be determined definitively.
Well, the planning board has said that they do not want to own the project.
They have not voted yet. At their last meeting, they said something. They're talking again tonight. They may be saying the exact same things we're saying across the street right now. And saying, no, we changed our mind. We totally own
Okay,
this
good point,
project.
Good point.
So
I'm fine with that.
So I guess, Ian, if you could change the ownership part, but be specific to that anything that is outside of permitting and
We
ongoing.
request the planning board to make us aware.
Present those before new pursuits or new interests
I'm
are
fine with
pursued.
that.
It temporarily, as it is determined.
Ownership,
Yes.
as ownership is determined.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you very much for that
Thanks for the
discussion.
discussion.
Yeah, that was a really good discussion. All right,
You have to make up 12 minutes.
moving on to item 4. Warrant article discussions, including but not limited to the following presentations: the library building repair and library director of building committee, Westborough TV funding and sewer bylaw, and other public works updates from our public works director. So where do we want to start off, Christy? Any particular one?
I think the library.
Library.
is first.
Library. Come on up. Great. Just introduce yourself and
Back again.
back again. I missed you last time.
Yeah,
so
you're gonna get sick of me.
Good to see you again. And I believe we've got, knock on wood, our audio issues are working better.
Okay, is that working? All right.
Yep.
Great. That's usually the hardest part. All right. So hi, everybody. It's great to see you again. Good evening. I am Kate Caracho, your library director. Again, I told you I'd be back. This time for something different, a little more exciting, I think. I'm joined by Ed Baldwin, who is the Library Building Committee Chair. Also want to point out we've got most of the Library Building Committee in the audience. We also have representatives from Vertex and LPAA, our architect firm, and our OPM here in case there are any questions that go beyond what Ed and I can speak to. So thank you for having us. We're here to talk about the library repair project. And I want to be very careful in how I say that because it is a repair project. As someone kind of new to this process, as I only started here in August, I think that the differences in the two projects have been kind of the biggest learning curve. So where do we start? Which is, what is this project? the goals and structure of this project are, number one, cost-efficient planning. Number two, required code compliance. Number three, to replace obsolete and failing systems. It took me a good 3 days to figure out how to turn the lights on in some of the offices because I have never seen light switches like this before. And that's just one very small example. As you know, we also have, I believe, 17 almost identical fan coil units in the building. One's been replaced. One caught on fire a couple of years ago, so that's been replaced. Another one flooded a couple of months ago, so I got to come into the library at 9 p.m. on a Friday and try to be a building repairman with my library degree, which was fun and didn't work, I will just point out. So we have all of these obsolete and failing systems, and then finally kind of to address deferred maintenance. So I will speak to that just a little bit. This was helpful for me. I am not going to go through all of this. I will not. But this was helpful to kind of look at the origin of this project to what it is now, and only to really understand a question that I get a lot as I talk about this project is, why are so many of your systems broken? Why did you wait to fix them? Why is it in disrepair? And it really is a nuanced story, but it's one that starts with this group trying really hard to be good stewards of taxpayer money and not rip out and replace systems that were going to be ripped out again in an expansion or a repair. And so these are items that we identified all the way back in 2012 as needing to be replaced, as at end of life, as obsolete. And for a number of factors, being on a wait list, not wanting to replace things twice, they were deferred. And so here we are, it's 2025, and we have been surviving on a hope and a prayer that these things don't break down. We have heat pumps that have been failing. One of them was MacGyvered together from both of them to get one functioning one. We do not currently have working air conditioning, and we really have to we have to make a decision soon whether or not we need to invest the money to get it fixed or not. But these are the decisions that we're facing every day, and it truly is a when, not an if, these systems will fail. They are at past end of life. Finding parts for them is almost impossible. And really our goal is to continue to be able to serve the patrons. This is a very heavily used library. It's always wonderful to walk through on any given hour of the day and see the teen area packed or the adult area packed or people talking and studying. The volume of patrons we get is really high, and that's exciting. But it's also important to remember that this is a completely different project because most of what I'm going to go over with you is probably stuff you've heard for the last 15 years, but it still is relevant today. But we don't keep coming back with the same project. What we keep coming back with is the same issues because they've not been addressed yet. So it sounds like we're here a lot. I'm hoping this is the last time that we are here with this project. But I'm really proud of the package that this group has put together. Every single light switch and finish has been looked at to find if there are cheaper options, to find out if there is a more sustainable option that is going to work better for us. So I just want to applaud the work that's gone into this, knowing that I came in August and just got to sit there and go, great work, guys. Let me put a little bit of work in here or some finishing touches. But this has been over a decade of hard work to put this package together for you. So what are the things that we're looking at? What are the biggies? So essential repairs and replacement of obsolete systems. These are the same things we've been looking at all along. This is roof replacement, replace our failing HVAC system, replace aged electrical and data systems, and window restoration and our lower level carpet. A really interesting point for me, again, as new to this project, is to know that those items actually were already approved by town meeting in 2014, and the decision then was made to not pursue them because we were looking at a renovation at that point. So part of the things that we're doing are things that the town has already voted on in support of. So all of these kinds of things, replacing them all at once, is the most cost-effective option, because if you consider replacing whatever you're replacing, there's interruption of service. You have, basically, if we're gutting the building, let's get everything done at once and not defer the maintenance any longer. Also, it triggers code compliance. What are the items we're looking at code compliance? Because these are bigger than just ADA, but they also include ADA. So there's ADA compliance issues. There's adequate restrooms. So we actually have to add 3 additional restrooms to be up to code. We have to install a fire suppression system. Notice I'm not saying replace or update. We have to install one. We do not have a fire suppression system in that building full of books, which is timber. It's concerning. We also have to look at a number of different building codes: electrical codes, energy, plumbing, structural, safety, and security. So now we know big difference within this project is that our square footage is not going to change. But there are a lot of things that we can do to make better use of our current square footage and make it a better functioning area. We also have to find somewhere to put said bathrooms, right? So this is a look at kind of the main floor area, and a couple things I want to call out that we have planned, because we listen to the public, we do a lot of work, we have asked for community input. One of the biggest things that we have been asked to do is to provide teens with an adequate area that has some soundproofing. And so what we've done here is these 2 spaces labeled adult reading. You'll recognize those that historically were adult reading rooms and then were turned into teen spaces. What we are proposing is to move the teens over to their own space over in the adult, what is currently the adult area, the stacks, and restore those 2 rooms to adult spaces. You'll see the 3 bathrooms that are in this green color and a hallway. The other thing that's really cool about adding the bathrooms there, and what I love about this design, is that it gives us a small group room, a small study room on the bottom there, and also where we currently store our library things would also turn into a small group room. So we would gain 2 quiet study rooms in which we have none. And those are increasingly more important as people rely on Zoom more, they do telehealth, they work from home and need a quiet place to do meetings. We don't have the ability to offer that now, and those small changes would allow us to do that with very little cost. This is the first floor. So you'll know this as our children's, primarily our children's space in our meeting room. Again, floor plan isn't changing all that much. One of the things that you'll notice is that the children program room has just been expanded a little bit to accommodate the large groups that we see come in every day. Our children's programs continue to be incredibly popular. And so being able to accommodate more people at each one of those would be wonderful. And then the office has moved up to the corner. And then we'll be able to not have a hole in the ceiling of our meeting room, which would be wonderful. And also have a meeting room where people actually want to meet. And that was a really sad piece of feedback that I got when I was speaking to someone who ran a book group somewhere else in town, and I asked the question, well, why don't you meet at the library? We would love to have you. And she kind of looked at me like, ooh, I love you, and I don't want to say this to you, but the meeting room's a little sad. And I said, I know, we're working on it. And so having a room where people want to meet and use it and be able to become more of a community meeting space, I think would just be amazing. And all without expanding the footprint. Less to talk about here. This is the 3rd floor staff office area. But the one thing I wanted to call out here is you'll see this tiny little brown IT office, which probably isn't exciting for anyone else, but for all of us who work in the library, we are so excited about this. This means that our current rat's nest of wiring has somewhere to live. And I think if we asked Mark to add one more phone line, he'd lose it, and we don't want that. So an ability to kind of have adequate phones and internet in a place where all of this lives in a way that it can grow as we need it to. The other thing that I wanted to mention before I bring it over to Ed is how much we've been working towards supporting this project and beyond with private donations and fundraising efforts. We have an amazing foundation who, you'll see the picture here from our mini golf event that we did last month, which was an enormous success, and we had so much fun and met so many new people, but our foundation and our friends group worked together to run that as a fundraising effort towards the library, towards the repair project. And so these are groups that are committed to helping raise money through this process to try to lower the cost to the taxpayer. It's just important to mention, and we're also looking at grant opportunities. There's a few we've kind of been working on for smaller things here and there that we can help make ends meet. So I'm going to turn it over to Ed to talk about the money, which is why we're here, right? And kind of hot off the presses in terms of our bid process. So,
Thank you. Welcome, Ed.
Thank you. I'm Ed Baldwin, 25 Mount Pleasant Street, and I'm a library trustee and the chair of the library building committee. And I am going to talk about costs. Kate got to talk about all the good stuff we're going to do, and I get to talk about all the bad stuff, which is we do have to spend money for this. But just a very quick thing, our focus is really on doing the repairs that we have to do and complying with the building codes that we have to do because we're doing those repairs. We've done a few program improvements. Moving the teen room is probably the biggest. But overall, we've tried to put together a cost-effective package, doing this in a very planned manner, all in one shot, so we don't have to close the library repeatedly. We don't have to, open up walls, then close them, and open them, close them. So we feel this is the most efficient way to get the necessary work done. And we're looking at initial costs and lifetime costs. We don't want to shortchange, the next 20 years by doing something inexpensive now. We don't want to pay through the nose for something that's not going to give us a lot of money over the time. And of course, everybody on the building committee is a Westborough resident. We all pay taxes. We want to get value for what we're doing for us and for the rest of the town. I'm going to skip over this. It's on the next page. So this is, now we're getting into the numbers. This is our total project cost to date and what we're anticipating. As you know, the town meeting voted to fund the schematic design process in 2023 and the final design in 2024. They allocated a total of about $1.5 million for that. We spent $1.2 million so far. We're under budget. We will probably need to spend a little bit more to do things to prepare the temporary library, do some planning, do a fire safety survey and things. But we'll still be under budget when that's done. The construction phase, assuming the town meeting votes for it on March 22nd, we're now estimating at $12,400,000 for a total project cost of about $13.9 million. That's considerably less than we had estimated back last March. We're very actually happy that it's gone down. I'll go into the reasons later. There's a constellation of things there. I just want to look a little closer at the construction cost. The direct construction cost, this is what we would pay the general contractor, is $8,300,000 and some. And that's a bid. That's a hard, firm number. The only thing that'll change that is if something comes up in the course of construction and we have to do change orders. We're trying to avoid that. We have contingencies to deal with it if it does happen. The professional administrative costs are most of that is from the architect and the OPM. They've given us firm estimates for what needs to be done there. The contingency is, hopefully we don't need any of it. It's unlikely to happen that way, but anything that's not spent, we don't borrow it. It eventually comes back to the town. Almost $1 million for furniture, fixtures, and equipment. We're guessing, right? This is, at this point, it's an estimate. $250,000 to move, and $350,000 to get the temporary library ready. Our Vertex, their OPM, is working right now to get those bids, and we expect to have, to get estimates. We expect to have reasonable estimates within about a week, and be able to have, hopefully, I'm knocking on wood now, hopefully even smaller numbers to present to town meeting. But I don't want, we're leaving ourselves some cushion here, because I'd rather, I want to underpromise on the costs, and then if we can overdeliver, everyone will be happy at the end. So, as I said, $12 million cost for the construction phase. That's what that's the number that's in the warrant right now, and I guess you'll be voting on that later tonight. So, that $12 million cost would be a tax impact for the average household of about $120 a year. I think it's a little under. The 120 is based on a $12.8 million estimate that we've refined it a little bit today. Haven't got a chance to get the final number for that. So one of the questions that comes up whenever I give a talk is, how is this different from the project that failed in 2022? And this is the short answer. The big thing is scope. The 2022 project was an expansion. We were going to add about 10,000 square feet to the library, and it's about a 50% increase. This is focused on repair. We're not changing the footprint at all. We're moving a couple of walls around, and we're fixing things that need to be repaired. Pardon me. So that's what drives the difference in cost. The total cost of the project would have been about $37 million in 22. The expansion would have been about $37 million, of which we, the town, would have paid about $28 million. The total cost of this repair project to the town is half that. It's going to be about $14 million. So I think those are pretty big differences, and that's one of the reasons I'm kind of anxious to bring this to town meeting and get the vote. I mentioned the drivers of the cost savings. They're listed here. The big one is that we're using the community center for the temporary library. We saved the rental. We saved. We're not paying rent. That's almost $600,000. We don't know exactly how much it's going to cost to fit it out, so we've given ourselves, again, some cushion there. We got a variance to not put a ramp on the front entrance to the library. That's almost $500,000. We're using artificial slate on the roof instead of natural slate. That's $260,000. There's a bunch of other smaller changes that add up to another $260,000 or so. We try to look at everything, and the architects do, in fact, look at everything. They've done some very impressive work on this. The other thing is that the construction bids came in a lot lower than we had expected. The original estimate was about $9.9 million, and it came in with the low bid at 8 point something, and I've forgotten that last digit. Some of that, I think, is because of the changes we've made to reduce costs and control costs, and some of it is that the business climate has changed in our favor in just the past few months, and a lot of projects are coming in less expensive. So I'll take credit for the design changes, but I can't take credit for the overall economy. But I'm glad it's happening that way. Just the timeline, assuming town meeting votes in favor in March, we anticipate keeping the library open for a month, 6 weeks in its existing location. Take about 2 weeks to move to the community center. So while in that 2 months or so, we will be fitting out the community center, which getting the fire alarm system in shape, fixing the sprinklers, whatever else is needed to make it, basically to get occupancy permits from the fire department, the building department. We'll move. The library will operate in the community center for 12 to 14 months. We're hoping for 12. At that point, the permanent library will be done. We'll get the furniture and all back in, and we'll move back, which has us reopening in the permanent library in late summer 2026. Once things get underway, we'll have much firmer dates for the far end of that process. The March 25, the town meeting, of course, is solid. The June, we think, is solid. We have to wait and get the estimates back. So that's the schedule, and this is more for the community, but if anyone wants information, We'll be having a major project information session on Wednesday the 12th at 6:30 at the library. There's the webpage has lots of information, links to the cost estimates and all kinds of details that if you really want to dig, you'll need a shovel to get into this, but it's there. And then the building committee meets, lately we've been doing every other Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. on Zoom. All that information is in the agenda center. So that's all I've got, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Traditionally, I have the rest of the board speak first, but I think I take the opportunity now to share my thoughts and then open up to the rest of the board.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
Oh,
In fact, go ahead now.
well, I do, I do, yes, I do. Yeah, but
No, go ahead.
let me just give me one quick box. So first of all, I appreciate the MacGyver reference. That's a good one. And I certainly appreciate the $38 million, the reduction from the $38 million down. I think for those that were at the town meeting in 2022, it was loud and clear from the residents that they really wanted it to be repaired, not rebuilt. So I think you all have done a fantastic job of hearing that and doing that work. So I'll just share that work, that comment. And with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Sean and reserve the rest of my comments, questions.
No, Patrick, thank you. Thank you to my fellow members of the Library Building Committee for coming here today. I was going back, I think I joined the committee, I think this was at its formation in the spring of 21. So this presentation is 4 years in the making, pretty much. And a ton of work has been done, and the meeting amounts of the committee have gone up and down, but have certainly increased lately, and that shows in the presentation here tonight. Just a terrific job by everybody, and you saw the savings there, like through this process, cutting, millions of dollars off the cost of this project. Really a terrific job. When we got the general contractor bids, there were 7 general contractors that bid on this project. And I think part of that is I believe, to the level of detail that was provided in this project. They all understood exactly what was expected. Second, there were some minor changes that I thought had a really big benefit, and maybe people in the committee can outline this more. A different procurement system was used to bid this project, and I think that change really helped the volume of bids we received, not only from the general contractors, but from the specific underlying contractors as well, and led to a lot of the savings you're seeing here today. It was very strategic decision by members of the group who were focused on that, and I felt that was pretty incredible too. I just want to say thank you to the entire committee for all their hard work. I am looking forward to this discussion on town meeting floor, and I will pass it over to my other members. Thank you, everybody.
Open up to the rest of the board.
Yeah, so I'll just go down the line. So first of all, in addition to thanking the Library Building Committee for all of its work and for really listening to the community and taking all of the feedback to heart and producing this product. I was a library trustee, if we went back to that slide on the very beginning when we were having this discussion about the project. And so I do remember those days. And I think although it's been a painful process for many and a lot of work, I think we're landing in a very good spot for the town. So thank you. I also want to thank the staff for their patience during this process, because while I love the library and I love its creaks and groans, I can imagine at times it has not been the most uplifting of places to walk into physically, albeit your spirit and culture there, I think, carry you forward. So thank you for that. I have no questions. Great presentation. Like Sean, I look forward to the discussion on town meeting floor. I do hope folks avail themselves of that meeting on March 12th. Thank you. I'm sure our friends at Westborough TV will cover it for us because they're amazing, and I look forward to supporting this project. I'm a solid yes.
So, great job. You mentioned the reduction in cost estimates for this project and how dramatic they were. And you talked about your expectations at the start of the current bidding process. I hopped in, as the community knows, we run a capital improvement plan. It's updated every year. It looks immediately at 5 years and longer term 10 years or longer, depending on the nature of the work. So we're currently operating under the fiscal 26 to 2030 capital plan that has informed the current budget we'll be voting on in the projects. A year ago, it was the fiscal 25 to 29 capital improvement plan. And this project at that point was estimated at $19 million. And so we're now looking at less than $12.5 million. And I realize that some of that's market forces, but a lot of that is also to the level of detail of the engineering work and the specification work. You sort of said there are all these other little changes that added up to over $250,000. That's value engineering. It makes it sound trivial, but it's actually a lot of work, because it's not just finding a cheaper light switch, it's finding a cheaper light switch that's not going to get overloaded and catch fire in 5 years, because it's designed to last as long as the more expensive one. And it's making decisions on trim and fit and finish that are still visually appealing and are durable, but just cost less. And that is a huge effort. And so thank you for that work. I love the presentations. It was, I will ask that this presentation be on the website, not just yours. I think it should be on the town side or well pointed to as a highlight. I know
we have a spotlight to the.
We have a spotlight to it. Excellent. I would also suggest maybe requesting if Westborough TV could excerpt your presentation here tonight as a standalone video for the project site, for the spotlight site. Get it onto Westborough TV, get it onto the social media sites as well, because it really does put the project. When you said that, it's a different project for the same issues, that puts it all in perspective. And the comparison against renovation and expansion versus repair, I think will really help the public understand that we're not just coming back with the same thing. And so, great job. I'm 100% in support of this. This is something the town should do. Years ago, the journalist Mike Wallace used to say that whenever he went to a country for the first time, the first thing he would ask when he got into the cab at the airport was, "Take me to your most important building." And he talked about how in landing in Reykjavik, Iceland, the cab took him to the library. And it really is, we know it's more than books. It's a center of community, it's a center of knowledge, it's a center of service. And it's one of those places that you can gather and be a community, and you're actually not expected to buy anything, right? You can sit and enjoy. And so thank you for this.
Well said by everybody. Great presentation. I am not going to say any more because I agree with everything, but I do look forward to this coming to town meeting and my full support behind it. So I, like Alan said, I'm fully supportive of this. The work you've done has been great. You've listened to the community. So thank you. Appreciated the presentation. And just thanks again.
Yeah, well, job well done. Echo everything that's already been said. I would just ask one question. We are going to be talking about the warrant here shortly, and I did have one question on the warrant article, which I think you guys might be able to help me answer. It does actually mention to fund design and construction in the warrant article. Is there additional design work that still needs to be done, or is that just a?
There is design work for the temporary library. We're in the course of figuring the design work for the permanent library. That's done.
Okay.
But the temporary library, we still have to establish exactly what's needed for the fire systems,
Makes sense.
the life safety, and exactly how we're going to mount the shelves, that kind of thing.
Yep.
It's not going to be a big number.
Yep. No, that makes a lot of sense. So thank you for clarifying that.
No, Patrick, thank you. We actually had that discussion at one of our meetings, and we put the word back in there. They were like, "Are we sure we're complete?" Oh, let's put it back in there just to be safe. Yeah.
Sorry to be a nitpick, but I just want to make. I want you guys.
That's what we did at the meeting.
I want you all to be successful on town floor, and I could just see that question coming up. So Thank you very much for doing the work here. I'm excited to see it come to town meeting, and I look forward to it passing, so. Go
Can I
ahead.
ask a question?
Sure.
Christy, for you, the borrow strategy on this would be, is it an incremental borrow as needed, or is it a one-time borrow? How does that work?
We borrow as we need it.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just want to re-thank our partners with Vertex and RPA. They've been doing a great
Yes.
job.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Thanks for being here. And
So-
also-
Sorry we didn't have any questions for you.
Questions is good.
Yep.
Thank you.
See you Monday at the AFC meeting.
All right, now we'll look
Actually,
for.
can I-
Sure.
Sorry, I did have one follow-up question, is if you don't mind, on the finance side to it. Because you talked about, and I know it's been brought up at prior town meetings about the foundation, especially in terms of contribution. I'm assuming that the number you're asking for does not take into account numbers that may come from private fundraising, is that correct?
That is correct. We hope to get funding from the foundation. We anticipate getting some grants from National Grid because we're upgrading the HVAC, the heating system somewhat. And we're actively looking for other grants. But of course, there's no state grant for this. We gave that away with the previous project. So
Yeah, but it's saying that hopefully then this is what the total cost is, but if
right,
foundation funding, grants, that would lower.
all that stuff. We don't have those in hand. We don't have documents on those yet. So I'm not going to promise them.
No, perfect, thank you.
Great, good question.
Sorry about that.
No, it's a good question. Okay, Westborough TV, welcome.
I think I'm actually
You're
gonna.
gonna- Oh, you're going to,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
So we're talking about Article 8 in this version in front of you of the town meeting warrant. I met with Westborough TV. I've met with them several times since they came to you in December. And today when we met, we talked about sort of the responsibility of the ask. This really is, we're asking for funding to fund an agreement that we're negotiating with Westborough TV. And so, in partnership tonight and at the AFC meeting, but probably going forward, because it's a contract of the town, it would really be part of a budget presentation or part of the ask of a fixed cost as we go forward. So they're here in support and to talk, but just to kick it off, I'm going to start. So this article is the Cable TV Enterprise Fund, which you've seen many times before. And that is all of the money that we receive from our franchise agreements that goes directly to Westborough TV. So that's that $275,000 that you see in the article. That's the appropriate and transfer. And then the new piece of this article, which is the raise and appropriate, is the sum of $151,685. And that is for the first year of an agreement that we're negotiating with Westborough TV. As they've come to us many times, we understand that due to the declining cable revenues, because people are cutting the cord in favor of streaming, there's less money being filtered into Westborough TV, and so there's an operational deficit that they're facing. We certainly all know about the value of Westborough TV and the need for them in terms of covering all of our meetings, communicating out to the public, working with the public, supporting definitely the schools' different functions. And so through the conversations with this board, most recently in December, we talked about the need for subsidizing the franchise agreement revenue with some additional revenue, which would be this raise and appropriate. So we don't have the final agreement before in front of you. I did send you a draft agreement this afternoon. It's not finalized because we still just have some sort of wordsmithing to do. It's one of the things that you might notice is we're trying to figure out the wording of the funding in future years. Because there's some unknowns for Westborough TV in terms of some contracts not being finalized yet, not for lack of trying. Our Cable TV Advisory Committee is trying to do that. And so we want to have some flexibility around what the funding would be going forward. But we do want them, we want to guarantee them continued operation. So it would be a multi-year agreement. So the article is for the 151, and then I'll come back in probably the next meeting in March with the actual agreement that the board would review and then ultimately approve.
Thank you, Christy. Open up the board for questions. Comments?
Anything from the presentation from
Anything you'd like to add? Sure, Steve.
Hi, good evening, Steve Hart, board member and chair of Westborough TV. As you know, we came to you in December, as Christy referenced. We're here really not only just in support of what Christy said, but to answer any questions. I think one of the things that struck me as we heard about the library, though, was what a similar story we have. Not so much money, not so much length of time, but it's actually been since 2020 that the town's income from the cable companies has been less than the cost of running Westborough TV. And for that period of time, since 2020, Westborough TV has carried the differential. The challenge is that means that every year we've been eating into our cash. That cash is now diminishing to a point where we would not be able to function we would not actually exist because we would have to close up shop by June of next year. That's the simple story. So we are hoping through this that not only can we make sure that Westborough TV is here to serve the community for years to come, we too are looking at opportunities for funding and for fundraising. I'm really pleased to say that in this past year we did actually receive monies up to I think about 22,000. We're looking to repeat that this year, if not more besides, fingers crossed. We are looking again at costs. You'll note that the ask has gone down from something like 189,000 to 151. That's partially due to timing because we are moving our accounts in line with the towns. So we're moving from a calendar year to July year starting. But it made it a slight difference. We've also been able to look at our actual 2024 figures, which we did not have when we came to you in December. And again, this, as we said at the time, last time round, is still worst case. As Christy referenced, the town is in negotiation with Charter right now. The cable companies are not giving a lot away, and who knows where the future of cable might be in years to come, given what's going on at federal level. But that's the situation we're in today. So, as Christy has said, that's the article as written. Going forwards, the numbers for 2027, 2028 may hopefully will be different and hopefully will come down, but again, no guarantees at this time. Very happy myself. You'll know General Manager Karen. You'll know my fellow board member Todd. Please, if you have any questions for us before you consider this, we're very happy to be here to answer them.
Any questions? Comments?
I would just say that, right, originally the state created a mechanism to fund local cable TV, and that mechanism is failing, right? And
yeah, the mechanism is broken.
And I think in the short term, I think we definitely step in. Westborough TV is an invaluable resource to this town, invaluable. And honestly, I look at this a little bit right now and I say, okay, 151,000, that would be just under $20 to the average single family home. If that was an app, I'd be paying less than $2 a month. And I'm getting a bargain for Westborough TV. So, but hopefully we can, figure something out longer term. But
I'm really pleased that you've raised that, Sean, because when I look at it, and we've talked about this for many days and some nights, when I look at the reason for this is cable cutting, and that's fine. I mean, I appreciate people make a financial decision to cut the cord with the cable companies to go streaming, whether after they've actually paid into 4 or 5 apps or streaming apps they're saving any money, I don't know. But I think a lot of people don't realize that part of their cable bill was funding Westborough TV. And if we take an average cable bill of $100 a month, that would have been $4 a month, $48 a year. And here we are today actually asking for under 20 a year to continue Westborough TV.
Well,
Yeah, I would just, as a member of the Cable TV Advisory Committee, I'm very familiar with the negotiations. I've been doing this for a long time with folks here across the room, wholeheartedly supportive of this. I think it's Christy presented it very well and succinctly, and Steve, thanks for the additional color. Totally agree. It is invaluable to the town in so many ways, and I see people here in the audience today who access those meetings. I know we all do, staff members do, for efficiency at a time in which, again, services are strained. This is a sound investment in how in transparency and governance.
okay. Any other comments? No? All good?
No, thank you for
Thank you
being
very
here.
much.
and,
Appreciate your time.
Very
Thank you.
supportive.
Very
so.
supportive.
All right, moving on to sewer bylaws and other public works updates. Chris, excellent.
You've all been waiting for this part, I know.
Welcome, Mr. Payon.
Talk to us about sewage.
Just admitted, Craig.
Okay. So Chris Pant with the Department of Public Works. Lisa Lane is here, town engineer. And I think we have online, or shortly will have, Greg Corbo from KP Law. We're here to just briefly run down the bylaw that's proposed in the town meeting warrant. So a quick snapshot or summary of how we got here. You all remember imposing a moratorium about 10 months ago. We did that to give ourselves a pause while we did some analysis about our sewer system and how we're apportioning flows. That analysis was completed over a course of several meetings. We met with you and described the outputs of that analysis. What we described was the key point being that we've overcommitted on paper how much flow we've issued to users across the town. And so we proposed a way to address that. The overcommitment is particularly due to Title V and the measurements we've been using up until this point. And so we provided a recommendation on how to make an adjustment to that use of Title V so that we can better account for our flow and lift the moratorium. So that brings us to tonight, because part of that adjustment to how we apportion flow relates to the existing bylaw. So the existing bylaw is driven by Title V, and that's how decisions are made to assess fees associated with connecting to our system. So we needed to update that bylaw in order to start the process of implementing what we've already discussed in terms of how we're going to manage flow. So step one is implement this bylaw, which adjusts how we apportion flow and how the fees are calculated. Step two is get that approved at town meeting. Step three is then come back to you with a request to approve some regulations that correspond with that bylaw. And then assuming all that works out, then we would come back to you with a recommendation to lift the moratorium, and all of that is what we discussed back in December or early January or something like that. So that's where we are. The bylaw basically just outlines how we assess fees, and that's based on the property use and then how many units you're adding to the system. There's some calculations, a fee is developed, and you pay for your connection. And that's the gist of what the bylaw says. So if you want to go through the bylaw by paragraph, we can do that. I wasn't going to read it to you, but that essentially is what we're doing. We're making some adjustments to account for the Title V change, and then we'll implement more specifics with the regulations, which which are developed and produced. We haven't provided them to you yet. That'll be probably a separate meeting. But honestly, we need to get the bylaw approved first before we really ask you to approve that anyways, so.
Thank you, Chris. I guess I'll just want to get a sense from the board. A lot of information in the proposed bylaw change. A lot of questions, or should we focus in on sections? I don't think we need to read paragraph by paragraph here, but are there certain sections that folks want to really zero in, or are there no questions?
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple questions.
Okay. All right, we'll just open it up normal. I just didn't know if we wanted to
Yeah,
focus in.
I don't have anything to go
I'm not going to
line by line.
wordsmith
Yeah.
anything line by line.
Okay.
I
Yep.
know,
Yeah.
I know you
No, I
guys
was
think
just-
I might, but.
No, I don't. No, I was just trying to see if we wanted to focus in on, there's several sections here, payment agreements, procedure assessment.
Yeah.
I
I think if we could take them sequentially so that if we have questions that,
Yeah.
then we're not jumping all around, so.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid.
Chris, if you're okay with that.
Okay. Shelby?
Yeah, so, Chris, I guess just fundamentally, can you just explain for this board, but as well the public, why are we developing a bylaw without having the regulations to kind of pair up and match? So here's the bylaw and here's the regulations, because I think sometimes in the past, there's this feeling of like, okay, we're approving this bylaw, but we're approving, it feels like a little bit cart before the horse, or at least the cart and the horse should be together.
We have the regulations. I'm happy to provide them, or I'm happy to talk about them. But the answer from my perspective is we need the bylaw approved, and the bylaw is what dictates how we're going to have a framework for implementing fees associated with connecting to the system. And so if we don't agree on that, then really nothing else is really significant, because we need this framework to be agreed to.
I understand. I do think from a town meeting experience perspective, there will be a sense of, we're approving this, but what's the other piece to come? Who sets the regulations? Like, this became a question, I think, when we were talking about the stormwater utility. Like, who's gonna set the rates, or I don't know, I may be confusing things, but I think we need to, I'm happy to have the discussion here, but I do think that the regulations, correct me if I'm wrong, are not approved by town meeting. They're set by you as DPW director, right?
No, it says in the bylaw that the select board.
Okay, we set them,
sets
I'm
them,
sorry.
yes.
Okay, so I think that we have to do both at the same time. Otherwise, I feel like town meeting is gonna say, well, we're approving one thing and not the other. I just think folks are gonna say, let me say it a different way. Do I think it will get approved without it? Probably. Do I think the better way to do it is to have both pieces of information available?
I guess in response, the first thing I did when I saw this is I went and looked at the PDF of the bylaws as of March 2024 town meeting, and which are the most recent on the website. And so what this is doing, and I think the presentation on the floor of town meeting can address it, is things like Section 4 of the current bylaw says what the permanent per unit rate is. Whereas this regulation says there will be a unit rate. The unit rate will be set, recommended using data from the director, the DPW director, for approval by the select board. So the presentation could say, look, this is here. The actual amount of the unit will go into the regulations, specifically because it shouldn't be in a bylaw. The dollar amount of the
We've consistently
of the
done that with
privilege
other
fee, right?
bylaws.
We've consistently done that. Isn't a bylaw issue. The fact that we have the fee is the amount. You don't have to go to town meeting if there's inflation and we have to raise it. That should be something that should be part of the normal course of business. So I think, we can talk. There's a lot of detail in the current bylaw about the unit calculation. Again, as Director Pan said, it's tied, it's tied to Title V and all sorts of other rules that it refers to, as opposed to saying we're going to develop regulations that say what it is. Getting a sample of the type of what the regulations will say might be helpful for the presentation. I don't think, and we can certainly, I think, look at the proposed regulations. I wouldn't necessarily present the entire regulations on the floor of town meeting.
No, I think the board, if there are going to be changes to the regulations, maybe I didn't say this clearly, that are coming at the same time as this bylaw, then we should see the regulations at the same time.
Can I just add a comment? So I'm not dismissing your what the point you're raising, but to put it in a little bit more context, the effect of this bylaw on the town is, I mean, it's important to the town in terms of economic development and all those sorts of things, but the impact on any individual resident is, or even businesses for that matter, is relatively minimal. It's only if you're connecting to our system and you're not connected now that this would even apply to you, or you're a business and you're redeveloping your business to a different use. So for the average resident, the majority of the town is connected to the sewer system already, homeowners. So these changes aren't going to significantly impact them unless they're doing some dramatic change to their house, which people do, but that's not many people. The other point I would say is that it seems that, naturally that what most people get concerned about whenever they see a change is there a financial impact? And we didn't do any of this to look at our rates and how we charge things. That was just an outcome. So if you look at the bylaw Alan mentioned, it says $10,000 flat rate is what anybody pays to connect to our system on the residential side, and then there's additives to that for the commercial side based on your type of use. We've adjusted that 10,000 only by a factor. So instead of a flat rate of 10,000, which equates to a 4-bedroom house, where the regulations will lay it out by bedroom. So instead of paying, like, the unit of measure right now is a 4-bedroom house. It doesn't matter if you have a 3-bedroom house or a 6-bedroom house. The unit of measure is a 4-bedroom house. We're changing it to a single bedroom. Mm-hmm. And so you divide 10,000 by 4 and you get 2,500. So it's going to be 2,500 per unit, right? So per bedroom. So if you have a 3-bedroom house, you pay 3 times 2,500 if you're connecting to the system. If you got a 6-bedroom house, you're paying 6 times 2,500. So any financial impact is, I mean, there's going to be something. Like if you're talking a commercial business and you do all the calculations, there might be some adjustment in terms of impact of that changing from 10,000 to 25. But 90% of the time, this bylaw isn't going to have financial impacts on the town in terms of the money people are going to pay out of their pocket. It's just allowing us to better assess a fee and, more importantly, track our flow better so that we can make sure we're within our limits.
So I appreciate that it probably has minimal impact on current owners, property owners. Where I got concerned and kind of what's driving the regulation question is in section 2. So to your point, it's about making new connections. That's pretty clear. I get that. Or who wish to increase the flow through an existing connection by change in use or expansion in use. A couple meetings ago, we had our planning director come and talk about the bylaw, which we'll approve it or not approve at town meeting for the ADUs. Now, I don't know that we're going to have a flood of people wanting to put in ADUs, but I don't know how, for example, that's going to impact that opportunity that's presented by the state to encourage housing and the subsequent fees here. So that's just kind of where I'm thinking to understand. So if someone has a 4-bedroom now and they want to add an ADU, they're going to be impacted by this
They
bylaw,
are, yeah.
right?
And I'm acknowledging that. I'm just
Yeah.
saying that's not the majority of the town. And
Understand.
I'm not saying we shouldn't explain the details. I'm just saying
Yeah.
the broad impact of the town is like to the individual taxpayer
Sure.
or ratepayer is minimal.
Yeah, and I think to Alan's point, I think just understanding what are the high-level details of the regulation, I would just feel more comfortable knowing what those proposed changes are before we get to town meeting and seeing this bylaw presented that ties those together. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm sorry, you're saying we shouldn't have this at this town meeting?
No, I mean.
Because we got, I guess, just a couple of weeks.
No, I know, but if we have, do you have the new regulations? Right, drafted, right?
Yes, but just to be clear, there's sewer regulations.
Yep,
And what we're talking about is a chapter inside the overall regulations. So when we come to you in March or April, whenever that date is,
yep.
we're bringing the whole document to you, and we're taking the time to update the rest of the document as well, all kinds of other things that aren't related to this
Sure.
this bylaw.
Okay.
So it's a more deliberate process to talk about those than just. I mean, we could certainly zero into some things, but it's not just this topic when we talk about regulations.
No, and I appreciate that clarification. Again, I'm just going to say, like having said on town meeting floor, people are going to ask about the regulations that tie to this bylaw. And if we're not prepared to answer that, and it might just be a slide, but I don't think this board, who will vote its support of this bylaw, should be kind of blind to what those regulation changes that are specific to this bylaw. That's all I'm saying. I think it's kind of like, okay, I think so, Chris, I trust you, and I do trust you, but like, and I trust the work of the department, but we should at least see it. I don't know why we wouldn't want to see that.
I'm happy to see it, and I think, having a slide saying, what this change does is it doesn't really have a material impact unless you're changing the use or expansion,
Well, the
or
unit.
you're doing new construction, right?
Well, the unit
But then
calculation.
and then it does, and that is how the unit is calculated. And so having a
Right.
slide that says today, you build, a 2-bedroom house or a 6-bedroom house, you're paying $10,000. In the future, a 2-bedroom house is $5,000, a 6-bedroom house is $15,000.
I think one of the challenges, though, is that you're putting things in front of town meeting that they're not actually voting on. And I
point.
think I think that's just, it's not different from the process that you see at the state level, where the legislature will pass a law and then the entity will promulgate regulations. I mean, that happens. That's what
Don't get me
happens
started.
all the time. I mean, that's the
Here's
process.
the law. We'll figure out how to do it after. I know that's not what we're
Yeah.
doing here. I'm just saying.
I understand. I mean, I understand your interest in seeing it. I just think I don't want to speak for Chris, but I think my concern would be to sort of be putting things up in front of town meeting, like exactly what you just said, Alan. You could put that up in front of town meeting, but that's not what the bylaw says. The bylaw says that the select board promulgates the regulation. So if you say it's going to be $2,500 per bedroom, town meeting's not actually voting on that because you could change it at a subsequent meeting.
Right, understand. I think it's just context.
Right.
So many people show up and they're like, okay, it's a bylaw change, like, give me some scope of this, like, what does it mean? Because it's now saying.
Like some examples. or
Said
something.
regulations may include a procedure for determining whether a project, like, who's responsible for that? I mean, there are just layers in here that, I'm sorry, the common person, taxpayer showing up at town meeting wanting to vote and be supportive of the work that we're doing, they just need some more information. So
are you asking for the board to consider the regulations ahead of time, or there to just be some context?
I would just like a little more information. I mean, Chris, the one.
A slide
you
or
said-
whatever, or
Yeah,
the section,
like
whatever, just to, because I think, I do agree, Shelby, is the question is going to come out there. I think we have to be very clear that they're not voting on the regulations. These regulations are not set. That will be the select board.
That's our responsibility.
That's our responsibility, but they will be able to attend the meeting and provide, comments. Yeah, so it's just.
Well, and it's clearly, like, section 4, we've just talked about it here. The current bylaw includes a number. I think a clear change is we're pulling that number out just understand, as part of pulling that out, we're gonna this isn't part of the town meeting vote, we're using a different unit of calculation and just making that point.
Right. And it
You're
doesn't
not
impact you
voting
with
on
an
it.
existing house.
You're not voting on it, your select board is gonna determine what that, you know,
Yes.
what that is.
Yeah, it's an example of what the select board could choose
Yeah.
to put in place.
So,
Yeah. No,
It has to
and
be
I think,
it has to be framed that way.
yeah, how I was framing it, because it was going to be a similar thing, but you were actually more eloquent than mine, is typically when we see these amendments, it's kind of, we see, this is lined out, and here's what the replacement is, or whatever. This one is, it's a whole new bylaw. But I think if we can, to what Alan was doing, just highlight, here's where the major changes are that may impact people. And I agree, I don't know that we have to go in, or I don't want to go into this thing that's going to confuse folks that think, then all of a sudden we get in debate that is it 2,500, or should it be 2,000, or should it be 3,000? That's not the town meeting's role to do that, but I think almost in place of a red line, or what it would show a black line, I guess, here is just kind of, here's the major differences in a presentation. And you may have already planned to do that in a presentation slide for town meeting, but I think seeing that would help us and the community understand it before they get into town meeting. Does that make sense?
I get the town meeting presentation piece. I guess in terms of a different version of what's in the warrant now, is that what you're asking?
No,
Like
no,
a
I'm
red
talking
line?
about the presentation piece.
Yeah.
Presentation piece. This is fine. But I guess what I'm saying is, to answer the questions, I think where I had it too was similar to what Shelby said, is, okay, what is changing here? This is a whole new bylaw without, going through and reading through the whole bylaw and ticking and tying. And folks in town meeting aren't going to do that. So just a, slide presentation that highlights the major changes, because I think that's
Right.
where town meetings would ask. So that's what
because
I'm
that's
looking
gonna drive the regulations, right? I mean, the bylaw is gonna drive the details of the regulations. And I agree with you totally, Christie, we don't wanna confuse town meeting, like, wait, we, or even let them think that they have a say in the regulations, because they don't. That's not part of it. So that's gonna be, I think that, I'm fine if, the bylaw is pretty clear to me, as I do have a couple of questions, but even an email to Christie saying, hey, FYI, this is kind of generally what's going to be presented on town meeting floor, so that we have a sense of kind of what those regulation changes are and the major changes in the bylaw. Like, to me, it's like 2 paragraphs. I don't know. I'm sure I'm minimizing it, but
Just
Yeah.
to be clear, the regulations
Yeah.
document what we've presented already in terms of the adjustments we want to make to how we calculate. So we said in previous meeting, I'm not saying you should remember all that. I'm just saying, like, this isn't.
I don't, so
none
maybe
of this
you
is
just need to
new.
read it.
It's
Yeah.
just, I get it. It's been many months and other things. I'm not accusing you of forgetting something, but I'm just saying, like, this, none of this is new, and we're not like sneaking something in. It's what we've been talking about for the last 6 months. In terms of
Yeah, so maybe
how we
maybe
wanna
it's just,
approach it.
honestly, Chris, if we just get a link, like, here's the regulations we've already talked about, and this is how it ties in, I'm good with that. I thought that those were still in development, so if that's my misunderstanding, then that's on me. All right.
Sean?
Yeah, Chris, no, I think this makes a lot of sense, right? Every house isn't the same. And now that we've acknowledged earlier this year just where we are with our sewage flow and how important it is to manage it, sort of getting specific by households going forward makes a lot of sense. So thank you for putting that forward. And I know suggestions have made about what the cost is going to be, but hey, that's up to us, right? So so that's TBD. But I mean, I'm assuming the original 10,000 to attach was done by a select board a long time ago, or whatever. So
Actually, it's probably done by town meeting because it was in the bylaw.
Yeah.
oh, right,
That's what we're trying to. This is updating it, making it
right.
the proper way to do it.
So no, yeah, thanks for all your work on this.
So, okay. Are you done?
No, go ahead.
All right, so section 4, under payment of fee, third paragraph, prior to undertaking any improvements, addition, or changes in use to buildings connected to town's public system, property owners shall obtain written determination of Department of Public Works. So is that component that's outlined here, and I stopped reading for the public's benefit here, or information, is that process embedded now into our building permit process?
That's not anything new.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
Okay.
We already do that.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's already part of it, because I can see the public saying, oh, this is new, now you get, no, this is just part of the permitting process, that part. Next paragraph, if a project resulting in an expansion or change in use does not require a building permit or certificate of occupancy, it shall be the responsibility of the property owner to obtain a privilege-free determination and pay the applicable privilege fee, How would someone even know that? I mean, I'm gonna go back on personal experience in trying to sell a property, and that was very gray. Like, with someone wanting to potentially change the use, and how did that work? So, and I know that was before kind of the sewer moratorium and all of that, but that part, how would a property owner who is doing a change or expansion that doesn't require a building permit or certificate of occupancy know that they're supposed to get some sort of obtain a privilege fee determination?
I mean, you could say that about anything, right? How do I know I need to get a permit to put a deck on my house? I don't know how we promulgate those requirements, but I don't think that, I mean, I'll let Greg chime in if he has some kind of legal answer to that, but I'm not being flippant about it. I'm just saying I don't know how you would do that for any requirement
Well,
the
where
town
I'm going
has.
is enforcement, right? So if someone says, I didn't know, like, is there a penalty? Because I think there are penalties later,
Yep.
right? So we're penalizing someone, but maybe they didn't even know that they were supposed to do something.
Yeah, but you can make that argument just about anything. I mean, I didn't know I was supposed to get a permit for something.
Another
I'd
example,
love to hear from Greg.
like another
Sure.
example of this before he chimes in.
Let's let Greg respond to that if you can, Greg. Thank you for being here tonight.
Oh, wait.
Can't hear you, you're on mute.
Yeah.
Great. Yes, good evening. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this was an issue that, we had a bit of difficulty trying to address, and that is, it's easy to say that if somebody is, putting an addition on their house or, building a new building, it would be tied to the building permit process. But what happens if somebody is changing the use or expanding their use within an existing footprint? So, for example, let's say you have a restaurant and the restaurant currently has 100 seats, and they go to the Board of Health and they get the permission to put in 50 more seats within their existing building envelope. They're not going to go and get a building permit, but that might constitute an expansion in use that would trigger the obligation to pay the fee. Likewise, if somebody, takes an existing building that is, used for a clothing boutique, and they go and they put in a laundromat, and, they're not constructing anything, but that is clearly something that is a different use that is going to also then use significantly more sewer than what was there before. And so, yes, we do sort of recognize that it's difficult, and the idea here is not to trap anybody, but at the same time, the onus is on you as a property owner that, if you're going to use your property in some different way, it is incumbent upon you to come to the town and ask, what do I need to do in order to facilitate this change?
So thank you, Greg. That absolutely makes sense. I think this is a great opportunity for a tie-in to community development and economic development. As we're doing outreach, as we're doing publicity, this is something, I mean, maybe again, it affects very few, but this is an opportunity to educate, because I think we have a responsibility in government to just make sure there's not a gotcha. I don't think that's what we're trying to create here, but I can absolutely see someone getting tripped up in this and then getting, you know, the town being like, oh, you know, you're in violation and now we've got fines, and the person, I don't know, they didn't know their best of intentions. I don't know, I always assume best of intentions. So that paragraph to me could create, the only reason why I raised it is it could, to me, it creates enforcement questions as well as communication responsibility on the part of the town and, of course, the property owner.
And Shelby, I point out that we have other aspects of our codes and our bylaws that are similar. For example, you can build a shed in your yard. If it's 200 square feet or less, you don't need a building permit.
Right.
People know that, but you do need to actually file a piece of paper that says, I'm putting up a shed, it's less than the 200 square feet, and it honors the setbacks for my property.
Right.
Right.
You don't need a permit.
And the only way the building commissioner would know, or someone would know that there's a violation of that, is if the shed goes up and the neighbor's like, wait a minute, that's 2 feet from the fence line.
Yeah.
And causing
Or
complaints.
they look it up, right.
Or they look it up. And so general communication, periodically about, hey, before you pick up the hammer, pick up the phone, might not, be a bad thing. But there are many, I'm sure there are even more instances where the rules that because you don't need approval, people don't know that there's still, a process.
Right.
Yeah, the onus is on, I think, the resident to do due diligence in that case. Just like driving a car.
But being that this is new, there are a lot of people that might not think that
I
they have to,
understand.
so that's all.
I understand.
That's all. It's because it's new.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say in this instance, I would have trouble coming up with an example where a resident would create something that didn't require a building permit that generated additional sewer flow. I don't know. But I look at, for businesses, we do, I think, try to do a pretty good job of educating folks. The One Stop, I know you guys come to the One Stop and can explain to folks there if they're making adjustments. Through our Economic Development Coordinator, we're going to talk to businesses about this. So hopefully we can make it known. If you're doing something new that's generating more flow into the sewer,
we need to know
about it. So
It's a matter of perspective, I'm just telling you. So I'm just saying, as we implement this, we just have to make sure we have a lot of tie downs to, someone going into Fred saying, hey, I have a question about whether or not I could do this in my building. That's got to automatically trigger, hey, you need to be calling DPW to ask about this because this could be an issue. I just want to make sure.
But to be
we've got the
clear,
tie
I mean,
downs.
this exists already. Like the requirement to do what we're saying here exists already, and those circumstances might exist already. This isn't new. The bylaw exists already. All we're changing is the how we. It all goes back to this Title V thing. Like we've referenced Title V in the bylaw, and now we can't, and we're held to the bylaw as So to get away from that, we have to update the bylaw, and that's what we're doing. So,
Okay,
we're,
so this-
changes in use and getting new sewer and all that happens already, and has happened under the current bylaw. Just
So I guess to just go with that question is, I'm not saying it won't happen, but if this didn't pass, it's not like there's not a bylaw. The old bylaw's in place, which has language, whether it's the same or very similar, that people need to be following today, that it's there today.
Okay, so.
I guess is my question.
Yes.
Yeah. So this bylaw is not changing that. The bylaw, and that's, I think, where the communication at town meeting, because I don't think we want to get caught up in these. That's why I was thinking if
The
there's a
red
way to
line.
highlight what is
Yes.
specifically the major changes here. So then when someone says, well, what about this? It already there. Very quick answer that doesn't require talk about regulations or change in fees. It's just really a,
right.
So Chris, my questions, I just have two for you.
I'm not done. I'm
Sorry, go ahead, keep going.
Can I just ask on section 6, it allows the Board of Health to, I interpret it to say the Board of Health can enact, regulations to effectuate the purpose of the session, which may include provisions for obtaining variance. So who has the final say in that situation, Board of Health or DPW?
Board of Health.
Mr. Chair.
Sure,
ahead, Greg.
yes, go.
Yes, thank you, through you. So under this particular section, and I think this is a carryover from the prior email, the Board of Health will have the authority to require any property to connect to the sewer if sewer is available to them. And it is a Board of Health matter. And so the Board of Health in that instance would be the variance granting authority.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That wasn't clear. All right. And then section 7, there's a reference to that variations, where is it? So for single-family residential dwellings, the director, that's Mr. Pant, may enter into a payment agreement in exchange for lien on property. For all other properties, may enter into agreements at their sole discretion. There's a lot of variability here, so my question is, like, the variation in payments, is that just based on size and scope of what they're trying to add, or is there again, another layer within the regulations that say kind of here's how we make those determinations of variations and payments in lieu of?
I'll give an answer.
Mr. Chair.
And okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I can take this one as well. So the issue here, and Chris and Lisa and I went back and forth on this a lot, is that there are people who are connected to the sewer now who may have paid a betterment in the past, or may have an agreement with the town that they were paying for a certain amount of flow, or, maybe they will, give the town an easement or something else of value. And so the idea here was that if we could go back and find out that someone has already paid for a certain amount of flow or a certain level of use, that the director would then be allowed to take that into account in determining what their new fee should be, if anything. Or likewise, like if someone comes in and says, I'm willing to pay for extending the sewer line to an area of town where it doesn't yet exist, the director could say, okay, well, in exchange for that, we're going to reduce your fee. So the idea here was that to give some level of flexibility for people who may have special circumstances that do not meet the letter of the regulations. And, for single family residents, that's not going to apply. Right. Because this is only applying to expansions of the use.
And so, and to be clear then, so the single family, it's a lien only, but for all other properties, so I presume commercial or multifamily, depending upon, then that's where that discretion is given. That's how I read that.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Well, for commercial.
For commercial.
Commercial.
Well, in
multifamily.
Yeah. Okay.
Industrial.
Which is
industrial,
residential,
right. Yes.
Residential, that type of residential plus then commercial.
And then on number 11, the extension of public sewer mains, where private property owner wishes to extend the public sewer main to an area currently not served, they may do so with the approval. An agreement to extend the sewer. So I guess I wasn't sure who's paying for in section 11. I didn't understand what the purpose of section 11 is.
So again, this is to address an issue where, a developer might say, I want to develop this piece of land over here, but the sewer line doesn't come to me. So I'm willing to pay for the installation of the sewer line so that my property can then connect to the sewer. And so, part of this is to make it clear that, a sewer extension is different than a connection.
Okay.
And that requires a special level of approval. And like I said before, it's also something then that can be taken into account when determining what the amount of the privilege fee should be.
Understood. Thank you. I'm all set.
And those are all examples of things that have happened.
Yeah.
But we don't have, in some cases, it's not documented in a bylaw or regulation or to be clear about how that's done.
Got it. I'm done.
I'm sorry to
No, no.
I interrupted you.
No.
So I do have a few questions, and I'll just start with that last topic first. The state just passed the ADU law, and I can imagine a situation where you could have a homeowner who would like to put an ADU on their property, and perhaps that's distant on their property and it can't attach through their house. They need to have it connect to a remote sewer line. The sewer line doesn't exist. How does that get accounted for? It's an additional bedroom under the ADU guidelines. How does that get covered under this?
So in that scenario, right, the connection that we're interested in is the connection of the property to the main that's in the street, right? And so any construction that the person does on their private property is their responsibility. And so the town would be saying, okay, you're going to add this outbuilding and it's going to have 2 bedrooms. So we're going to assess you, a privilege fee for 2 bedrooms. But the cost of running the piping from that outbuilding to the, ultimately to the main, that is wholly the responsibility of the property owner.
Which is
hold on. So, but under Section 11, we're specifically talking about an extension of the public main. I wasn't talking about the line from the house, the structure to the main. This is, to me, is opening up the road and bringing the main down the street because this ADU is 100 yards down the person's property. And I'm giving an extreme example here, but that could happen, right? Where it's too far to connect to the homeowner's property because you need a 1/8-inch drop in elevation for that sewer pipe per foot for it to drain properly, so they can't attach it to that house. They got to attach in another location. We now need to bring the main down 100 yards down the street, but we're only charging them in the scenario you just gave.
No, we're not bringing the main down.
Well, that's the question, right? That's what I'm trying to get to. What is if the town is bringing that main down, is there a cost associated with that other than the $2,500 per bedroom that was the example earlier, which in your case was 2 bedrooms in that ADU, but I think it would only be 1 bedroom in an ADU. So I'm just curious, how would that work out under this circumstance?
Well, that again, yeah, anytime somebody wants to extend the main that's in the street, that is a completely separate discussion. And the cost of that would have to be something that that the sewer department determines on a case-by-case basis, depending on the extension, the length of the extension, et cetera. And so that's something that, we wanted to mention here that, to make it clear, we thought that an extension of the main, even if it's to serve something that, is on a property that already exists, is still an extension of the main, and that is dealt with differently than increases to existing connections or new connections to existing mains.
That makes sense to me. It would be very expensive. The scenario I just gave would be very expensive for the town. So I would expect that above and beyond the $2,500 per room, the town would assess a fee for bringing that line down the street.
No, I think they would basically make the private landowner pay for that.
That's what I just said.
The town would pay for. No, they're going to pay the full. The town's not putting it there. The landowner is paying the full
That is
cost.
exactly what I just said. There would be a
You said
fee.
assess a fee. No, they're going to pay the whole.
They're
fee.
going to pay for that extension of the main down the street, so that then they can connect up however far their ADU
Right.
is away.
But again, I think it's at the discretion of the director that he may say, no, we have no interest in extending the main.
Correct.
Put a septic in.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And Board of Health could be involved in that as well.
Or the
Absolutely.
property owner could say, I want to extend it. And you say, okay,
No,
it's
that
going to cost you
yes. I just
$100,000.
In my scenario, I was specifically speaking to an actual connection. But you're right. The DPW director absolutely could say that's not in the best interest. We're not going to do that.
Right.
Yep. Absolutely. Okay. My next question is this. So if a homeowner does new work and they, so currently, under the current regulations, it's $10,000 for 4 bedrooms. Let's say a house that has currently 2 bedrooms, who's paying that 4-bedroom cost, wants to add 1 more bedroom. Do they get reassessed and now they're paying $7,500, or would they continue paying $10,000?
Well, 10,000 is only the one-time fee.
This is all one-time fee.
Oh,
You
okay.
pay to connect.
So they paid the one time.
They
But
paid
the
their
legitimate
one-time.
question is,
Well, except for when it's a lien on the property, that does change. The lien on the property is over the course of the.
well, the lien on the
of
property is
deed.
just a payment plan because the person
Correct.
doesn't have the cash
So
up
does that
front.
get, does that get adjusted?
Well, I guess the question
Well,
is, if you paid the original and you add a bedroom, but it's going from 2 to
It's lessening.
3,
Right.
do you now, under the new regulations, would you be required to pay an additional
$2,500.
$2,500 if you already paid the 10?
So,
And
all
we
that-
decide that, so we're saying no.
Right, I was just gonna say that.
Okay.
But what we were proposing, what I mentioned earlier, would be if it's per bedroom and you've already paid 10,000 and that covers 4 bedrooms, you have a 2-bedroom house and you're adding a bedroom, then you're adding use, but you paid for 4 bedrooms, so you wouldn't pay an additional fee. If it's over 4 bedrooms,
Then you would.
then you would.
So,
Yep.
so as
I
we
mean,
get into,
potentially, if we decide that.
right, exactly. So as we get into more conversation, another
Sean
question,
is taking control.
another question here is,
Mr. Chair,
sure, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I actually have another appointment to get to. I was hoping we'd be done by now.
So do we.
Well, I only have one question left, and I don't think it affects you. So I appreciate your time tonight and
Okay.
all of your knowledge. So thank you.
No,
Have a
you're
good night.
very welcome. And I will follow up with Chris about the town meeting presentation and help out with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
And then, Sean, this goes back to your point as well. Future board is going to decide these things, but I would also just be curious as to whether or not the similar approaches to the businesses, right? If a business decreases in size or increases in size, it's not just use, but do they get recategorized into a new bucket? It's all part of the regulation. Yep.
But, well, I can answer that because it exists now. If your use changes and your use is higher, you're going to pay more money.
Okay.
On the commercial side.
Yeah. If they reduce their use, they pay less, right?
Well, if they reduce
Already
their
paid.
use, they don't get money back.
They don't
They
get
just
money.
don't pay more.
Don't pay
Yeah.
money.
Yeah. Which again is how it already is. It's just we're calculating it differently, and that's why this bylaw needs to be updated because the math behind it is different than under the current.
So it's simple. I own a house and I paid for my connection fee and I decide that I'm tearing down the house and turning it over to conservation for open space. I don't get my $10,000 back.
Right.
No.
But that open space could have a very nice restroom.
Yes.
2.
Not flow for a 4-bedroom house.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. If there's no further
I have nothing
questions or
further.
comments? All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
We covered it.
More than you expected, isn't it?
Yeah, I know.
Thank you to our town engineer for coming in as well.
Yes.
Lisa, thank you.
All right, moving on to item 5. Request to reappoint Jennifer Adams and appoint Evilee Ebb to the Westborough TV Board of Directors.
Hello.
Hi, I don't know if this is protocol or not, but as I'm here, as the chair of the board of Westborough TV, it really pleases me to make a recommendation to you that we ask you to reappoint Jen Adams. Sadly, she can't be with us tonight. She's had some minor surgery. Sends her apologies. Jen has been a board member, very active board member for us, and we value her inputs. And then I'm really pleased to introduce Evilee Ebb. Where is Evilee? Who and Evilee is here and has put herself forward to fill the vacant board seat we have, one of the ones that the select board nominate. And it's really pleasing because we are fellow graduates of the 2024 Towns Leadership Academy, and that is how Evilee stumbled across Westborough TV. So
That's awesome.
I'll leave her to tell you anything you need to know about herself, but I highly recommend both to you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hi.
Thank you.
I'm Evilee Ebb, 12 Peters Farm Way, Westborough, Massachusetts. And I've lived here for 3 years, and I love our town. And going to the Leadership Academy was just the most fun, and I got involved in all the passion in this community. And with 40 years of media background, I think it's a fun opportunity to join the Westborough TV board.
Terrific.
And a challenging one. As we've heard.
Yes, but we're going to have a lot. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. Karen and I have already spoken. Stephen and I have already spoken about ideas where we could potentially raise money and do some good as well.
I really appreciate you stepping up, and I certainly appreciate your resume. It was wonderful to see the skills that you're going to bring forward to help in the committee. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
No.
When do these expire? I think that's in the.
Yeah.
I don't have that.
It's a 3-year term.
But what's the current term ending?
Oh. For both of them?
December of 27.
Sean, you got that?
Sure.
Okay.
Move to reappoint Jennifer Adams to the Westborough TV Board of Directors for a term to expire December 2027.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Move to appoint Evilee Ebb to the Westborough TV Board of Directors for a term to expire December 2027.
Oh, second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Well, again, thank you.
Congratulations.
Ms.
Thank you.
Ebb and Ms. Adams for being willing, and really appreciate the effort there. So thank you. Congratulations. All right. Moving on to item 6, annual town meeting warrants. Number of topics here. Placing the articles on the town warrant, closing the town warrant, and voting on the support of the town warrant.
So the version you have in front of you, it's complete unless you make any changes to it. I just wanted to go through it quickly and just point out a couple of things that might be different. So on page 2, Article 4, Advisory Finance Committee has put an amount in the article, so it's $135,000 to replenish. Majority of that was used for the legal budget. Article 5 is to increase the legal budget by $80,000. I think waste management we talked about last time. The budget, we'll talk about again. Going to page 3. Article 10, the revolving fund article. We've had that in the past. It's really a housekeeping article to just reauthorize those amounts. Nothing's new, nothing's changed. Article 11, A, actually not even, this change was made even after I printed those, but this is the article where we create the reserve accounts. So the $250,000 for the Advisory Finance Committee, and then there's also a reserve account for each of the enterprise funds. This was a copy and paste as we do every year, so it's missing the Stormwater Enterprise Fund. So we'd be adding $50,000 for the Stormwater Enterprise Fund into this article. And that comes from its own retained earnings, so it's there's no impact.
Okay. So that will be in, what we vote on tonight will be inclusive of that.
Would be inclusive of that.
And you make the update.
Yep. And then I think skipping forward. All the way to page 11, I just wanted to note that we haven't gotten a number back on the appraisal the way we discussed it last time. So it still says a sum of money, but obviously the motion will have the number. As soon as we have the number, we'll send that out to both this board and the Finance Committee. Article 18 is a new article, and that's for maintenance of the 231 Turnpike for carrying costs, largely related to insurance that we're required to have on the property. Going to the next page, Article 20, that's the library article. Again, this version has that number in it, which you saw on the screen. And also, as we've added at the end here, there's authorization for easements, which I know was brought up at the last meeting. So that's all inclusive in this article. And then also in your packet is a request from the trustees to move the article forward in the warrant. So you can talk about that after. And then I think the only
Updated number in Article 21.
What's that?
What number?
Oh,
Article 21, the amount of the transfer was updated to reflect the current balance.
oh yeah. The Article 21, it's pretty much the same number.
Yeah, it's a couple $100 difference.
Yeah. And then the ADU article, I know I just got language this afternoon that updates it. I don't have the information. It was reviewed by the Attorney General, and that's why it was updated. I don't have the information on exactly what the changes were. I know the planning board's voting on it tonight. I can talk to Jenny, see if she can provide something just to give an update on
Just a summary.
exactly what any changes were. And then there's 6 petition warrant articles, starting on page 25. So I think those are the major changes. So there's the limit on the annual increase, property taxes, establishing the Tiny Baby Award, Article 29 through 32 we just received yesterday. So denial of sanctuary city status for Westborough, Massachusetts, illegal aliens, termination of the position of sustainability coordinator from the town of Westborough, place all future Westborough City Hall employees in 401k style investment accounts, aka defined contribution plans, and all town meeting articles on warrant are able to be voted on by the voters of Westborough at the town elections held prior to the annual town meeting.
Okay. Can I, when would it be appropriate to ask a couple really quick questions on some of these?
Oh, well, it's up to Patrick, I guess.
Patrick,
April.
promise it's quick.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to talk about placing them on there first, right? And then we go into vote of support, which is when I think we traditionally ask questions about the articles. Is that, you're just...
Yeah, and I guess the other question I know that we always kind of talk about, but specifically was asked, was also about the order on the, so placing them doesn't necessarily mean the order, or could it mean the order?
Means the order.
It means the order.
Okay,
Yeah. We
should
okay,
talk
so
about
we
the
should talk about
placement
that.
first.
Okay.
Right, so...
Okay, that's fine. Whatever order you guys want to take it in.
So let's...
The 4 questions, that's fine.
Thank you, Christy, for updating us on all the updates. So just, I guess I'll open it up in regards to the placement and the order of the articles. If there are any concerns, questions, supports, pros, cons. I know we did receive the request from the Library Committee, which is Article 20, to move that forward.
So I looked at the request from the library, and this is something that's come up multiple times before on various projects over the years that I've served on this board. And as a suggestion, I think we should consider the following. So the order that we typically follow is elections, town reports, prior year fiscal, like kind of cleanup bills, current fiscal year, and then FY26 budget. I think that all makes perfect sense to me. I'm wondering if the board would be interested in the following reordering on the, for the remaining. Borrowing items, capital, additional financial articles, then bylaw changes, regular recurring articles, transfers, and then citizens petitions. And the reason for suggesting that change is because borrowing, we know, has a tax impact, absolutely. Capital expenditures could or could not, depending upon how they're financed. And then, regularly recurring articles, rarely, those are usually free cash and transfers. So kind of, to me, it was reordering in terms of prioritization.
Yeah, I guess my question on that one would be, Christy, other FY26 budgetary articles, would those ever contain borrowing articles, or are borrowing articles typically always for the subsequent following year when the borrow takes place?
Are you, I know I gave you that.
Yeah.
email,
Yeah, that's
so
what I'm
are
looking
you
at.
trying to create you're not creating, I thought we were just talking about moving the library. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I think, but if I understand Shelby's question, is there an opportunity here to rejigger this into a new logic.
I guess if we want to change the core structure of how articles are placed, that's a bigger conversation than tonight.
Yeah.
Because it means potentially renumbering the majority of the warrant.
So,
Okay.
I mean, I don't mean to be flip, but I guess,
I mean, I'm not opposed to what you're saying. I'm just,
I guess I'm just saying that, like, you know, what we've heard over and over again, that items that are absolutely impactful, and we've talked about it as a board of like, that some of those articles come much later in the meeting, and sometimes babysitting services aren't available, so on and so forth. So I'm just trying to kind of be responsive here to.
and the last time we moved an article at request because they thought it would move it up earlier.
Yeah.
The way the meeting ran, it ended up being very late at night as
Yep.
opposed to the start of session the next day. And
Yep.
yeah, it's,
I'm generally not a fan of moving articles. We've very rarely done it, and under, I think, kind of extreme circumstances. I don't.
Shelby, do you have a proposed
I don't see that
order?
here. Well, that's what she was just saying. I think
Well-
she was saying change the order of the entire.
Well, yeah, but
Warrant.
did you create a chart that said,
I did not create a chart.
that
No.
said,
No.
if this is 1 to 32, here's,
No, I didn't even know there were 5 more
right, here are the
citizens
new,
petitions. I mean,
here are
we
the
just
new
got
ones.
this.
But they always stay at the end, so.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm
What-
just,
Other than the
I mean, like,
library article, what else would move?
yeah, so,
Well, everything would move because everything from that point on would move.
Well, no, yeah, but she's saying anything that's a borrow would happen before the regular recurring capital expense article.
So
She's actually
Patrick,
saying
sorry.
before other FY 2026 budgetary articles. She stopped at following year budget articles. So that's why I had my question about do borrowing articles sometimes fall under other FY 26 budgetary articles?
Sometimes,
So
yes.
usually all the borrows are together.
Right.
So the other FY 26, an example in here might be the Westborough TV, because that's a
Right.
raise and appropriate.
Right.
It's an FY 26 budgetary article.
Okay.
let me just,
I mean, I was thinking if we were gonna move it, I was thinking after 8, because 8's the last 26 budgetary article,
right,
or after,
I was gonna say after 13.
or after 13, because then we normally go through the regular recurring articles and the capital improvement plan.
The capital, the reason I had it after 13 was 13 of borrow articles. Now
Right,
they're out of sewer, but they're our borrow articles.
right.
but then 8 should move to be grouped with that.
Right, so after 13.
Well, 8's not a borrow.
She just,
No, it's on a borrow. It's a.
raise.
oh, raise
It's a
appropriate,
budget.
my
The,
mistake.
the reason
sorry.
that those borrow articles are there is because they're capital plan
Capital expenditure.
articles.
So that's why I
Right.
said,
Yep.
if I was gonna move the borrow, I would move it after that and in front of these other new retained earnings and free cash
Right,
moves.
yeah.
I mean, I guess
Free
the,
cash doesn't impact.
I think
Right,
the,
well, that's-
I think the
that's
request was that it be before Article 12.
You know what, I'm looking at the request, and I don't see a reason for the request. I guess I'm reading the letter, and I'm just not seeing what the reasoning is for the request for the move.
I think that you have several members here if you're interested, if you want them.
Sure, yes.
Sure.
Chair, come on. Yes. Welcome, Mary.
Hi, Mary Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road. I am the chair of the Library Building Committee, chair of the trustees, and I'm also a member of the Library Building Committee. I wanted to, first of all, thank you for your support earlier on the library article and recognizing the work that went into that. As the chair of the trustees, it is my job as an elected official representing the library to advocate any chance I get for the library. And I would feel like I'm not doing my job if I didn't take this opportunity to advocate every way I can to help the library along. And I feel like when you look at all of those as a taxpayer, and I'm sitting in town meeting and we're going through things of free cash that's in the capital improvement and things like that. It's, even though I know it's not free money, I know that it doesn't impact the bill. As a regular person sitting there, it's like, we just spent 15 million, we just spent 8,000, we just approved this. Then you get to, after you do all of that, you get to the part that impacts our tax bills. And I feel like those borrows, whether it be capital improvement borrowing or the library borrowing, should be before all that stuff that doesn't have an immediate tax impact. And that was the reason behind asking you to consider changing that borrow further.
Yeah, that makes sense. So what you're describing is the article becomes hamstrung because it's behind all of those
Right,
other.
because sitting there as a taxpayer, I'm like, that's a lot of money we just spent as a town.
That helps me better understand what your logic is.
I put in at the number, I think 12, but it does not matter. I wasn't specifically asking for that,
And
but
you
earlier.
were suggesting before 13, right?
After 13,
After 13, okay.
which is how the borrow things, but,
Right.
I mean,
But that is in conflict with, I mean, you were just saying that with all the capital.
right.
Why can't we move the borrows up ahead of any of the regularly recurring articles? Just make that change. I mean, like
I just should move it ahead of Article 12. Folks wanted to-
I mean, Alan, I agree with you. This is probably a broader discussion, so.
Wait, I mean, I could say do Article 20, then 13, because those are all borrows. Then you do the regular recurring articles, which are mostly transferred from free cash. In the capital improvement plan, non-borrow articles are Article 12. Those are all transfer out of retained earnings or free cash. Is a way of restructuring. And then you've said, we're doing the, clean up the last year, here's our operating budget, here are raise and appropriate that affect the tax levy, here are the borrows that affect the tax levy, and then here's where we get to move all the money out of the enterprise funds to pay for the things that the enterprise funds are supposed to be doing, and then here's what we do with free cash. And then here's what we do that that don't affect
Bylaw changes.
and
then.
the wonky stuff that doesn't have a direct impact on our taxes, but at some point will have an impact
Right.
indirectly.
So where does that place this?
So
After Article 8?
I'm fine. My initial thought was after 8 or after.
So basically go to the raise and appropriates for 2026.
I would
and you go
move,
to
I would
borrow.
move 8, I would move the library article and the capital borrows up to after 8.
Okay, so what are all of those articles? Let's get that. So we had 20
20 and 13.
and 13.
So I would suggest that 13 becomes 9 and 20 becomes 10. Or flip it.
Would you like to make
Sorry,
a-
20 becomes 9, 13 becomes 10.
Would you like to make a motion?
So I move we adjust the order of our articles on the warrant to bring Article 20 up as Article 9 following Article 8, and Article 13 then following that article is Article 10.
And then all other articles updated accordingly.
And all other articles renumbered accordingly.
Second.
Any further discussion?
My only concern is we break up the capital expenditure items.
Well,
No,
We're moving the whole thing.
we're moving, because we're moving
The
13.
borrow ones, but then you
But
also
they're
have
two
12, which are
different-
the
right.
transfers or the other part of the capital improvement. plan.
right, that's what I was gonna say, the free cash should follow the borrow, that's all I was gonna say.
So then make 12 the new 11? Because
Yes.
it's going to
Yep.
become 14. Make it 11.
Yes.
Do you want to amend your motion?
So amended.
We got an amended motion?
I
Do
was
you have an
following
amended
until
second?
just now.
So,
Okay, so
Christie,
after
yeah.
Article
Hold
8, we do Article 20.
12 becomes, no, say it again.
20 is 9,
12 becomes what?
13 is 10, 12 is 11. So I have a motion that's been amended. Do I have a second amended?
Yep, second.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you for changing my mind.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
All right. So, we've got the
Got the playbook.
we've got the placement in the order. Well, we've got the order. We haven't.
I'd
actually voted
move
on the
to
placement.
place,
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. So the library article still says a sum of money. We actually know what.
No, it's, no, in this,
Oh,
Current version
has it
has
been
it.
updated? All right,
It's been
sorry.
updated.
here.
Yep.
Got it.
13.
This afternoon,
Yeah,
okay.
just updated.
Kept it old school on
Hot
hard
off the
copy.
presses.
so
Never
I will
mind.
move to place the articles on the, as presented and recently amended on the annual town meeting warrant.
Second?
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Thank you for that motion, Ian.
I will move to close the annual town meeting warrant.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Oh, sorry.
Seeing none, all those in favor?
They were closed.
So
Nothing
be-
new.
before we move on to vote of support, a question, there was discussion at a prior select board meeting whether the March 11th meeting, which is election day, might be moved to Thursday, the 13th. I don't know how that works with timing of getting the R&R book published, but if this board's going to move that meeting to the 13th, that is past the end of my term, and you may want who's ever sitting in the seats to vote to support at that point in time.
I don't,
It's up to you.
I don't, I think you've done all the work.
I don't think we were gonna move it to the 13th.
Okay,
Weren't we
that's fine.
talking about the Monday?
Or the 10th. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just
Yeah,
didn't
no,
want.
appreciate you. I wouldn't. I think that,
I just remember when
I know.
when I first joined the board after my first election, we re-voted support on every article on the floor of town meeting.
Yeah.
And so that was, that was my only thought. But I'll leave it to the chair and the rest of the board to decide. Make the motion.
I think this board should vote on this. So I would be in support of doing it on Monday or whatever is appropriate. I think Tuesday is not a good day with the election. I think that would be a little awkward.
Well, I guess that brings up another question. So the Finance Committee has asked that we present our budget cuts on March 6th, Thursday, March 6th. And so I don't know if that's intended to be a joint meeting or if this board would want to meet on the 4th in order to hear that. I feel like I should be presenting the budget cuts to this board first or at the same time. So that's next week.
I think it should be at the same time. We had the conversation with them initially.
So there should probably be some additional conversation with the Finance Committee Chair, who I can see is right out there, about how they wanted to handle that request. But I just, because you don't have another meeting.
Yeah.
Walter, you have any thoughts you'd like to share with us?
And just so just so this board knows, I will not be here on the 6th if we decide to vote, if that's a meeting night.
I mean, I guess love to hear your comments right now. You maybe convince me otherwise. I think we should hear it as a board first before we hear it in front of both.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, originally we had talked about maybe a joint meeting. That's not something I can call, but we're getting closer and we really need to kind of know the information by the 6th. So I requested from the town manager and the superintendent that would be a good date for us because, as you said, the following week we have to finish the book by kind of about the 13th. It'll be a shorter meeting for us if you guys aren't there. That's just part of our theory. But if it's better to be a joint meeting, that would be fine. I'm just sort of moving the question because we need to make plans of which way to do it. If you want to meet ahead of time, and then just and of course the wild card is school committee. So that's why I didn't try to set up the meeting.
I think we had anticipated next week when we were originally talking about it because we're gonna borrow on Tuesday. So I know that that's exclusive of the cuts, but I think it's important as we talk about the overall budget.
Yeah.
So
Ian, what was your logic? I just want to understand why you're saying present to us first, why separate it?
Well, I think that as a board, these are our departments that come under our control. I think we should have a discussion on them and understand them in front of the community as they're presented.
I guess
and now,
I-
especially if it's a
And
tri-board, then, you know, it's gonna be, we're not really gonna have a great opportunity to
Okay.
discuss and
with that.
debate.
I think we can, yeah, I think we can go at, to Walter's point, our own pace around discussion, where I don't know if we would do that.
In a joint or a tri-board
as
meeting if all
much.
three are there.
I mean, I'd love a tri-board meeting once everyone's discussed it, but I don't think we have the benefit of that time.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, I think the school committee's having their own meeting beforehand too, so I can see that logic.
Do we know when this?
They're meeting tomorrow.
I mean, tomorrow, okay.
Yeah, they have a meeting tomorrow night, so I didn't know, it's on their agenda to discuss their
Right.
stuff, so.
So we're proposing the 4th, is that, or the 6th? And
Fourth is when
I
you're
think
getting the
the
numbers. so-
4th.
Yeah, the 4th.
I mean,
is what we're
I'm just
proposing.
I'm throwing out the 4th because it's the Tuesday. And then you could potentially vote. The reason I'm bringing it up is because you could potentially vote on your support of the articles at that time as well.
And then what is there a need for a joint meeting with AFC after that point?
I guess. I mean,
Do you need us there? I mean, at that point, if we voted, we're
I think some of us would be in the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
oh,
may
yeah.
have to, we may have to decide whether we,
well, you'd have it a whole
Safety
nother week too. I mean, you wouldn't, right? Because we would present to you the school committee's meeting tomorrow. We'll meet on the 4th. We'll talk to AFC on the 6th, and then you'll have, we'll have more time after that if you need to call a joint meeting.
Yeah. I mean, there is
and
still
just
time.
remind me again, if we go to, sorry, go ahead.
No,
I
go
interrupted.
ahead, Ian.
If more than two of us go to the meeting on the 6th,
We just need to post it.
Well, you just can't
discuss.
deliberate, and you can't speak as a board.
We can all sit there.
Look pretty.
And scowl.
Scowl.
We could always post it.
You could post the
in
meeting
case,
and then you
and
could
then-
decide.
You don't
Then
have,
if you-
just because you post it, you don't
No,
have to call
again,
it.
I'm sure that we have to. I think about it. It's,
yeah.
we're gonna have our discussion beforehand, and we can just
Yeah.
be there to
Yeah.
support, but we don't speak or debate.
And I also want to respect Shelby wouldn't be there on the 6th. I think it's important that this is a big.
Yeah.
Anyone else make the
Oh, yeah.
4th?
So.
Can you make the 4th yet?
I can make the 4th.
Oh, okay.
Just at the best
Because
recommendation.
I think it would be good for us to know
Well, that's what I was
your opinion on it before our meeting
that's what I was
as well,
thinking.
Yes.
instead of in real time, but.
Yep.
So I'd
Chance
be
to
all in
digest it.
favor of that for the bunch of reasons, but.
Yeah.
So once you hear from let me get up to the mic here. So once you hear from the two boards, then you'll make your recommendation, and that I just want to make sure I'm clear on what John Arnold put into as far as the process for the budget book is at that point the AFC votes on what they're going to put in the book, or how?
Well, we, at some point, either on the 6th, I forget what Monday is, maybe the 10th and on the 13th, those 3 meetings, we got to finish what's going in the book. We go basically vote almost every line. So
Right.
I think we'd have to hear that, and maybe, I don't know if the board will want time to digest till Monday to think about how they vote, or.
Yeah, I guess my
so-
question was this: is
Yeah.
the two boards are going to? It sounds like both boards are going to present and vote on their budgets. AFC takes that information. You all will have a conversation about it, and you will vote individually as to whether or not you recommend those budgets individually. But those budgets are the budgets that go into the book. Is
No,
that-
we would actually put in, if we recommend.
If you recommended a different budget, okay.
Be happy to put in also, since we write the book, right, that the other number that was recommended by some.
Okay.
But I think that's what John concluded last time, was what we would put in the AFC recommended column, the AFC recommended budget amount. But we certainly can say, if, for instance, you recommended for this particular department a different budget, that can be in there, and then someone can make a motion on town meeting floor for the higher number, which would get voted first. But it may or may not be an issue.
Okay.
At least that's the plan we're going with now.
Okay. So just to loop back and close on this, it sounds like right now we're talking about the 4th for a select board meeting. and have this on the agenda and vote at that meeting.
Yeah, so you would vote on the budget, or we would show you the cuts, you'd vote on the budget line items, vote on the warrant. I think the only department you haven't heard from is the school department. And so I was going to ask them to come to our March 11th meeting, but I can ask them to come on the, they're actually, one thing I forgot to mention is that they withdrew their stabilization fund article. So it's not in here.
Oh, glad you called that out. Yeah.
All right.
So you could do all of that on the 4th.
We can check to see if the school.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're not going to vote our support on any number of them tonight?
What are you asking? Sorry. I'm sorry.
It's been a
I
long day.
think I misheard you. We're not voting on any of them tonight?
That was our question.
Yes.
Are we
voting?
delaying the vote of support on all articles until the 4th?
We've closed it, so, I mean, that's the major thing right now, right? It's just,
I'm just trying to save time on the 4th, because I would imagine that, I don't know, maybe you guys want to just hold.
We'll also have the new numbers.
Well, that's fine. We can wait. I was just
It's up,
asking.
I don't know, it doesn't, we could do some now.
The other question, the other people we haven't heard from are the citizens' petitions.
true. I'd like to see.
Yeah, so
I also don't want to bog down the school committee if we're having a joint
if
meeting.
you want to hear from the proponents of the petitions, I can ask them to come, or if it's up to you.
We should invite them.
So can we, I think what we typically do is we go through the articles as we get them here, forget
Question
the
it,
new
yep.
numbering, and just ask what ones we have question of. That then
Right.
tells Christy like who we have to bring in. Can we go through that? I think
Sure, that's why I was confused by your question is, do we just scrap it all and do that all at the next meeting? So, I'm, yes, completely willing to do that.
Okay, let's go.
Let's do that.
Let's go.
Using the current numbers.
Using the current numbers.
using the ones in front of us, not the renumbered.
Yes.
Right.
Keep it simple.
Correct.
Okay. Article, I was going to go article number,
Yep.
and you guys will say question. Article 1,
We don't need to vote.
Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7.
Skip.
Well, that's a skip.
Yep. That's all the budgets.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep.
You're just testing us, I know.
I'm just getting into a mode here,
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
all right. Article 8. Article 9.
The new Article 9?
No.
No, we're staying with these
We're
current
staying with
numbers.
their, yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, that's okay.
Article
Good question,
10.
and we'll let you know whether.
I have a question. I have a question that Christy can answer quickly, but,
Okay, question.
yep.
Oh.
Article 11.
I have a quick question on 11B.
11B.
Yep.
Okay. Article 12.
I had a question on 12G.
12G. Since we're going letter by letter, any questions on the other letters of Article 12?
L and M. Okay.
L, M.
Why don't we hold off on the
Okay,
school department
L.
since they're coming?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had a question on J. What was your one, Sean? I'm sorry.
Hold off on the school
Which one's that?
ones.
KLM.
That is KLM.
Okay.
So J, K, L, and M.
Hold on those
Yep.
until next week. Okay, hold. All right. Article 13, capital improvement plan.
Hold on a second.
So there's two sub.
You know what, I think you know what, I gave you the wrong one, not 12G. Wait, hold on, there are two lead service lines I had a question. it wasn't 12G, it was 13A, the question on.
13A, question. Shelby. Okay.
I think, right? Isn't that the one?
13B, 14 HVAC rooftop units.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yes, you got a question?
Wait, we modified this one for the pool, correct?
Yeah, so the original amount for the article was,
It was 9 something.
right, and then we took the pool pack piece
it
and
with
put it with the pool.
Right,
Yep. Yep.
So no question on 14.
Well, I guess I just asked it.
yeah.
Article 15, fence installation. Article 16, install drainage Westborough Golf Club. Article 17, surveying, subdividing, and appraising
Hold off.
senior center.
Question,
Yeah, see if we get the numbers.
what, I also want to, I have a question tonight, just to save some time, but.
Okay. Article 18, 230 Turnpike Road, 231 Turnpike Road.
Nope.
Article 19, rescind borrow. Article 20, library building repair. Article 21, transfer of affordable housing trust fund. Article 22, amend general bylaws. Article 53.
We
Skip a
killed that
bunch of
one tonight.
pages. Article 23, amend zoning bylaws.
I think we're just waiting for an update. Is that ADUs?
Yeah.
We're just gonna get an update from Jenny. I don't really have a question.
And there was new language that the
She
Attorney General.
So I
Made
guess-
changes, I just don't know what the changes
so
Yeah,
that
let's
would
hold
be-
off on that
so
one.
hold
So the closed warrant with that change.
We just haven't.
I just want to make, because we didn't, that wasn't in your motion, I just want to make sure that I didn't know that it was another.
No, the motion said including all changes.
Including all
discussed.
changes, okay, all right. Well, previously, but yeah.
Well, the
okay.
warrant has the
Gotcha.
changes in it. The question was, what are the changes since the last version?
Right.
Yeah.
No, he was, I think Patrick's was with my motion,
Oh,
did I include that in there?
well,
The
you
answer
you
was
did
yes.
this version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Article 24, amend zoning bylaws. Article 25, acceptance of 190 through 212 Oak Street. Article 26, sidewalk easement. Article 27, limit on annual increases of property taxes.
Yep.
Question all the
Yep,
ones after
hold
this.
that.
Those are gonna all, I think,
All
safe to
right.
say we're gonna do all questions on all those, okay.
Well, I don't have a question on 28.
Anybody have a question on, well, let's go through them then. Does anybody have a question about
Let them
28?
present to us first.
I don't want to waste my time.
I mean,
I don't,
we have always allowed everybody to come present.
we're aboard, if you guys want to hear from, that's fine. I think 28's a waste of time
Oh,
and air.
Does anybody, I mean,
But
Sean,
if
you,
we've got one that
he's
wants
one
to
person
hear
wants
it-
a question, then we're good.
And I think we
I'm
let
good
him
with it.
know that.
I have a question too.
Okay,
Okay,
all right,
But I think it's correct, but I think.
okay,
okay.
yep. Article 29, denial of sanctuary city status. Question on that?
Yep.
Article 30, termination of position of sustainability
Yeah.
coordinator.
Yeah.
Question,
Yeah.
question.
Yep.
Through 32.
All the way to the end.
And 31. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go back. Let's see what we got there. 10. Article 10 is the first one, revolving fund account.
Yeah, Christie, just, you said these were all regular revolving fund amounts. I was just, maybe I missed in the past, the recreation, that's 500,000, that's always what it is, year over year.
But yeah, that's what it's been. So this is actually within our bylaws as well, and that's what
Okay.
it was voted at, yeah.
Answered.
Okay,
So you're okay then? We can vote on our support?
okay. Next one was Article 11B, restocking Sandra Pond.
So my only question is, will there be enough water to stock it?
So I asked Jen to follow up with the wardens, and they said that they said that they wanted to keep the article on.
Throw them in the deepest part.
So we
Get lots
just
of rain.
asked. So I don't.
Okay, so they're expecting water
They're
levels. to support.
Who would have thought we'd ever asked
They're
that?
expecting the article to be on the warrant.
Okay.
That's
It's
what
a
I-
reasonable question.
But I can't imagine if there's not enough water to stock it, we just wouldn't spend the money even if we voted.
Right, it would just, but it would exist within the article.
Right.
It would
Right.
stay
Okay,
within the
that's fine. I
article.
was just curious. That's good, we can.
If we don't use it this year, would it, next year we would say we use the money from this year for the next year, something like that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
guess, if they had remaining
Well,
funds.
if they don't spend it, it goes back to free cash.
No.
She said it remains
No, it's
within
an
the
article.
article. That's why I was
Oh, it
asking.
lands with the article. Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
it remains. So.
Yeah.
So the next year we could use it.
Okay, keep it going here. Article
13A.
13. Did I miss that one? 13A.
12J through, we're holding. 12J, K, L, and N
You know
we're
what?
holding for the next
Guys, I
meeting.
screwed up, I'm sorry. I'll just renumber. The 12G I did, that was, it wasn't the Ruggles project. I thought we were waiting on 12G, lead service line mitigation. When Chris presented to us at the budget summit, there were some questions that were asked. I don't have them in front of me, but around kind of, just wanting an update of kind of where we're at with that inventory and clarification on the work actually needing to be done. So,
Okay, I'll ask him to come back.
okay, that's all. Not that I don't support it, just need info.
And I had a question on 12J. I know we're not going to vote the whole thing, but the swimming pool repairs, Christy, I mentioned this to you earlier. It wasn't clear to me as to whether or not this is inclusive of the re-leveling of the bottom of the pool. Didn't mention it in the description, so.
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I expect it to be, but it details everything else but that,
Yeah,
so.
it says replacing pool liner, but it doesn't include that.
Right,
kind of-
and people know about it, so we want to make sure it's clear.
So if we can ask Jen.
Yeah.
To update the article.
And the article information can still be updated, right?
Well, if you want to update it, we would need to update it right now. I mean,
Oh,
you
the
closed the
article
warrant
information.
technically.
We
but-
will, inclusive of this change, so this would just fall into that same part of his, Ian's motion to.
Oh.
So.
I would just add
Oh, we have a question.
the article information. I would just.
So it is. It's in the specs. Says Kim.
It's
It's in the specs.
Yeah. So do you want to add it to the article
Yeah,
information?
I think it should be
Yeah.
there.
Just add
Clarity.
adjusting the depth of the pool to the list of, somewhere in the list.
Yep.
of the work includes.
Okay.
Can we do that
So moved.
legally?
I mean,
You mean because we already closed it?
Okay. So that should be explained on town meeting.
I'm confused. I
Yeah.
thought your
So
motion
just
said that it was
explain it on
inclusive.
top.
I can we just explain it
Okay.
We
Yeah.
just
as
explained
part of
that.
the
That's
motion?
fine.
I don't
Yeah,
think we,
yeah, because we don't want to mess around with the motion to close it.
Right.
Yep, good point.
might take.
So didn't your motion include
Okay.
changes through this
That we-
process?
As
then
of
we
that
voted.
point in
No,
time.
at that point in time, not through this process.
Okay.
We approved it,
Okay.
including future changes.
So,
Any and
That I
all
make
future
tomorrow.
changes.
so Walter, please remind us.
We need to
Okay.
reverse this process around. Anyway, Article 17, I believe, was the next question. Surveying, subdividing, appraising senior center property.
I think just
Show.
But we're waiting on the cost.
Oh, no, yeah, well, and again, we've closed it, so, it says, the article description says, while retaining the recreation fields currently on the same parcel, we didn't decide on that as a board. That was an open question.
no, that's right.
We said that we were going to, I guess, get a quote for the appraisal to include kind of this one, both, all of it.
Yeah, no, you're right. This was the article information that was existing
Yeah.
when we talked about it, but
And I missed that
I
one.
missed
We were-
it too.
We can update the article information on the slide when it's, the motion's presented.
I mean, I think it's fine if the article information is different than the articles. I think that we could.
Yeah, I mean, it is a senior center property, so we don't need to change that, but the
So then we're gonna change the pool one too then.
I mean,
so.
it's the same meeting.
So technically, we could reopen the warrant.
Too, but
No,
We could make these changes.
Why don't you
and
just tell me what
reclose the
changes you want to
warrant.
make, and I'll confirm that it's with
Okay.
council that was okay to do after the vote, and you
Okay.
can vote this. But
Okay.
if as long as it's okay with council, then you
Okay.
want me to make those changes.
So
Okay.
Jay, we just want to add in there that part of what it includes is also
Leveling.
The depth adjustment.
depth adjustment of the pool.
That's fine.
Can you say that again? Sorry. Adjusting the
12 depth of the pool.
adjusting depth of the pool.
Yep.
Then Article 17 is changing the information.
Article information, right.
Right. It's
Okay.
actually two appraisals we're looking for, one without the ball fields, one with inclusive of the ball fields.
Right.
Or recreation fields.
Yep.
Okay.
Do you want me to just say? Do you want me to just want to get rid of that sentence? The second sentence?
Sure.
Scrap,
Yeah.
cross it off. That's what I did on my notes.
Okay.
And that brings us all the way to the petition ones. So we just have questions. I guess I just had one cleanup thing on Articles 29 through 32. There's, I think, I don't know, call it a typo, but it has the article question mark in front of all of them.
That's
Oh, yeah.
how it was written in the petition.
Oh.
So it's required.
Okay.
Yeah.
All of that is exactly as
Yeah,
it's written in the
It's
petition.
perfect. That answers my, perfect.
So
Okay.
I will move that.
What's the numbers, Ian? Because did you get them all?
Do you want to, can you just, why don't you vote on those two changes?
So I would move to
Subject
accept
to town
the
council.
changes to the town meeting warrant for the swimming pool repairs and pool pack unit article and the surveying and subdividing appraising senior center property article as discussed.
Of the
Pending
article
approval by
information.
town
Council.
council.
Pending, yes.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Great. Do you have the numbers? Which ones we
does
can, which ones
anymore?
we're gonna vote on as a group? I assume that's what your motion you're gonna make?
So let me pull up the actual. So I move the select board support articles on town meeting warrant with the exception of Article 7, Articles, you okay with 12G? You voted for support, or did you want to wait on that?
Do you want to
Shelley?
wait on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so with the exception of Article 7, Article 12G, Articles 12J, 12K, 12L, 12M, Article 17, Article 23, and Articles 27 through 32 as currently numbered.
I think 12J was okay.
With the amended change?
Yeah.
Okay, so strike 12J
Are you
from the
gonna,
list.
we were gonna talk about the swimming pool again though, right? Because didn't you want to talk about assault versus?
Yes.
Mhm.
I do.
So we're holding on 12.
Okay,
We're on
you're right,
12J.
12J.
Yep.
Thanks for reminding us.
Yes, yes, good catch.
Answer is no.
So just the municipal building committee is gonna, sorry, you're in the middle of a vote.
So I got a motion.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Did I get a
Everyone's feeling
second?
well, we're all tired.
Second.
I'm sorry, I thought, I wasn't sure. Okay, good. Motion and a second. So just the final list here was 7, 12G, LM,
J.
JKLM.
Yep.
JK.
It's 7.
I thought we said no on J.
No, we are, because we're going to
just
talk about
added it back.
saltwater.
Salt versus.
So
Oh, we
we're
opened it
holding,
back up again,
we're
okay.
voting on everything except
All right.
7, 12G, 12J, K, L, and M, 17, 23, and 27 through 32 as currently
Okay,
numbered.
and that is what the motion was and seconded?
Yes.
So, any further discussion?
Please no.
Seeing none, please no. Seeing none, all those in favor? Fantastic, unanimous. Okay,
You gonna say something? Municipal Building
Yeah,
Committee?
the municipal building committee's meeting on Thursday, and they're gonna talk about the memo
Okay.
that I sent to all of you, that the salt water system versus chlorine system.
I will be there at that meeting, so you can bring feedback back.
Maintenance question mark.
Huh?
Maintenance question mark.
okay, so we're moving on to item 7, town manager report. If you're up to it.
We maintain our AAA bond rating.
Hey, that's good news.
Good news. So
That's awesome.
that's my full report.
Take it while you got it, right? That's good.
I was on vacation. And sick.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay. Request the meeting, item 8, request to approve the meeting minutes of January 30th, 2025.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Easy peasy. Issues and correspondence, would anyone like to share? Go ahead, Ian.
So, again, thank you to other members of the board, but I did finally attend my second session, I guess, of Bagels with the Board this past month. So, and attended with Debbie Ledoux, the town clerk. We had 6 tables full of people, so it was a big turnout.
That's big.
Yeah, very, very
Wow,
large.
that's a record.
Four, that's bigger, yeah.
So I will highlight high levels of the discussion. Is actually a very, very good discussion. A lot of comments on various things. I'd say, starting off, there was a big discussion on form of government and questions regarding whether open town meeting was still the form of government, and it really revolved around open town meeting versus representative town meeting was kind of where the discussion went. I will summarize kind of the discussions of folks in representative town meeting. Thought that it may solve issues with concerns around individuals packing town meeting for one specific article and then leaving. So again, just comments of something we've talked about before about whether we needed a charter review to review the form of government, but just, again, something discussed in that meeting. Not saying that drives our decision, but just was a topic on hand as we talked about town meeting. One of the individuals, I forget her name, asked about concerns around Route 30 and Flanders intersection and whether we get a light or a flashing light. I said that, in my view, was something that's been talked about before and probably revolves around the state, since Route 30, I believe, is a state road. But again, just concerns over that intersection and issues around that. Again, back to town meeting stuff, there was, again, more discussion that we've heard from others folks and seen in letters, but can charter be amended to allow for articles above certain dollar amounts to go? So a lot of questions with different things, with the one that I highlighted, because there was questions about can we do online voting and all that, and spent time talking about what was kind of allowed under state law, or et cetera. This one I didn't know, but someone had come up as, could we amend the charter to allow for articles above certain dollar amounts to go to ballot? So I think it's almost, doesn't mean that it doesn't go to town meeting, but it almost that it goes to similar to what you would do for a debt override, or is there an opportunity for larger things to try to get, a lot of it came down to try to get more support for articles was pieces there. We had more discussions about the community center and voices of support, but voices of concern or opposition to where we are. There were some questions about what others did in terms of what costs for Council on Agings in Northborough, Upton, et cetera. But again, just comments that were there. And the one final piece, and I did talk to town manager on this one, was individuals commented on how valuable they found Christie's comments at the beginning of town meeting, which is kind of the state of the town. But their concern was that she felt rushed and it was tough to follow because she talked so quickly. I told them that was basically on town moderator's rules to give 10 minutes for that. So the conversation that Christy and I had was potentially of whether we may want to talk to the moderator about allowing for more time, because it came up that people found it very interesting and just had tough time following along because it went so quickly.
Yeah, good feedback.
And then the final piece, and we did get this sent to us as well, so from Rich Bygun and Sharon McCarthy about a request for us to issue a local proclamation regarding a motorcycle safety awareness period, March 23rd through April 30th, in line with Governor Healy's proclamation for the Commonwealth. And they gave us what other towns have done and some sample proclamations. So I know I requested that they send it to the full select board, that I could make that decision, but it's something that I look to the chair, is it something whether we would be interested in issuing a proclamation. I did mention that if we were to move forward, we would let them know about being on the agenda. They welcomed the opportunity to come and speak to it as well.
Thank you, Ian.
And that's everything that I have at
Thank
this
you.
time.
Anyone else? Alan?
Sure. A couple of quick updates from the Affordable Housing Trust. The Housing Trust is working with the assistant town planner, the planning director, and who've also been working with the team at Community Development on our annual SHI audit and review. As this board knows, we got a list of all the subsidized housing inventory from the state each year. We then will spend the next many, many months correcting it and updating it. And so that's in the works, but what came out of that is currently permitted and or under construction projects in town are adding 70 actual affordable housing units to our inventory. But the way SHI math works, given that 2 of those developments are multifamily units with 25% affordable components, we get to count all the units. The total impact on our SHI inventory is 250 units, which will be, as we crunch numbers, it could take our current SHI percentage as calculated by the state up from 11.8% to, we think, just under 14%. That's great. And so that gives us protection against other developments. We should definitely be good for 2030. We're probably good for 2040. There are on the inventory 2 developments that will come off of that may come off of the SHI. One is 2037, which is the Section 8 project development on Beach Street for senior affordable housing. We're investigating right now whether actually that's covered in perpetuity under Ardmore. Live and learn, start early to deal with that issue. Actually, the owners and the manager of that company, the Section 8 contract previously expired and they voluntarily renewed it. They like being in that business as investors. They operate it. They wish they had a couple more parking spaces, but other than that, they're happy with that. So we expect that's not going to be an issue. And then there are 8 homes on Indian Pond Road that will come off in the late, somewhere I think 2049. And so we're going to start looking at things the trust could do now to flip those into perpetuity. I believe for one of those homes that at the last resale, the deed might already have been amended to make it in perpetuity. So that work's happening. And then the other issue is we received notice that an affordable unit at 3112 Townsend Boulevard, it's a condo at that address, is, we had a notice of conveyance. The owners are looking to sell. It'll be sold as an affordable unit. At the trust meeting in March, as an agent of the town, we'll vote whether or not to definitively or conditionally exercise our right of refusal. Currently, the policy of the trust, and this deed is written in a way that we can do this, our policy is to say, if they don't find an eligible buyer within the initial 90-day window, then the trust would exercise a right of refusal. It's technically not a right of first refusal anymore. We have the whole 90 days. So we would then take ownership and remarket the property to guarantee that it goes to an eligible buyer. Knowing that the property stays affordable in perpetuity, it's whether or not the people who move in qualify for it. And we would want to hold the property until we could find a qualified buyer. So that's happening.
Thank you, Alan. Anything else?
That's it.
Oh, I'll be brief. Thank you to the Library Building Committee for coming tonight. A reminder that they do have a session coming up for the library repair project at the library. They're hosting March 12th at 6:30 p.m. if you want to find out more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Shelby?
Really, the only piece is to, even though we're having now a meeting on March 4th, is to thank Alan for his service. You have been instrumental in so many ways. Your work just on the Affordable Housing Trust, as you just spoke to, just really has moved this, I think, the community forward in ways we can't quite calculate right now. And always appreciate your hard work and your thoughtfulness, your willingness to have tough conversations, always be collegial, and really to put the interests of the town forward. And you will be missed.
Thank you. 100% agree with that. It will be missed. Thank you for that, Shelby.
When we get you on the 4th.
Yeah.
We're getting you one more time.
I know, well,
All I can think of is
we might not
every
be in the mood
time
to
I think I'm
celebrate
out,
then.
they
I don't
pull
know.
me back.
Do we have a couple of executive sessions coming up?
I'm sure we can do a couple more meetings.
Some late night ones?
Yeah, we've got one of those coming up.
All right. So I just have a couple of quick things. For those that joined the meeting late, our town clerk informed us of town elections on March 11th, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at the high school, and the town meeting on March 22nd. The Westborough Environmental Action Fair is on March 29th. Lots of good work is going into that right now. Good number of exhibitors, students exhibitors, art showcase, games, fun for all, and lots of great information there. So I encourage all to attend, and I'm looking forward to being at the front door counting heads again like I did last year. So anyway, that's all I had. I will look for a motion to go into an executive session.
I'll move that we enter into executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with all unions if the chair determines that an open meeting would have a detrimental impact on the board's position.
And I declare that open meeting would have a detrimental impact to the board's negotiating position, and we will not be reconvening an open meeting. And I would also just like to again thank Westborough TV, and everyone have a great night.
Second.
Second, thank you. And roll call vote.
Edinburgh, yes.
Johnson, yes.
Marshall, yes.
Keogh, yes.
And Welch, yes. Thank you, everyone. Have a great night. Let me get out of you guys' way.
We need to sign something?
Yeah. Just the back page of something.
We trust you. Don't screw it up.
Right.